Sanibonani, Dumelang, a warm welcome to all of you seated here at this beautiful venue in Johannesburg, Gauteng province, and to all of those of you who are joining us virtually. That's the reality of our lives these days, that we have to meet in different ways, and one of those ways is we either meet physically or virtually. For this meeting, we decided on a hybrid platform where those of you who cannot be with us physically can be part of these proceedings by logging in via the login details that have been furnished to all of you. I hope you have logged in. You are not having any difficulties with logging in. If you are indeed experiencing any technical glitches, please make sure that you hound Professor Lulama Makubela to make sure that you are connected. And thank you for joining us on a Saturday morning. It's the most difficult time for those who are feminists and are women to congregate on a Saturday morning, correct? But also understanding that you are in the middle of a local government elections. So others are all over the country, traversing the breadth and length of this country to try and get us to vote on Monday, on the 1st of November. So we appreciate your presence this morning, because this coalition, and I'll talk briefly about what is this coalition all about, the Feminist Movement and Leadership Coalition Forum coming out of the Generation Equality Forum, correct? And why we had to meet today today is the 30th, right, of October 2021. The past 2 years, we have seen women all over the world meeting and discussing how do we effect structural and substantive equality in the world. And this, if you recall, coming out of CSW 65, which we could not meet physically. If you recall, we could not go to New York as women and those who are proponents and allies of the feminist movement to be in New York and have a discussion on how we shape our agenda. So we met virtually. And the reality of that virtual is that it curtailed the participation of many women. So if you were to ground these discussions today, it has to take into consideration that even today, many women, many feminists, whether men or women, cannot be part of these proceedings. So that's the inequality that we talk about already. As we discuss generation equality, we are confronted with inequality even with what we're trying to achieve and trying to engage as many participants as we can. So in our discussions today, in our engagement today, let's be honest with all of that. That for us who are the privileged, fortunate to be here, right? Do we speak on behalf of the multitude of women who, as we speak now, they're busy doing their laundry because they didn't have the time to do it during the week, right? They are at retail shops to make sure that you and I can buy our tomatoes and onions, right? They're confronted with COVID, but they have to make themselves available for our comfort and our existence. We also have to be reminded that majority of those women have to take 2-3 taxis to get work, right? So if we talk generation equality, what do we really mean? And what does it mean to those women, right, who leave their families or their children unattended? To be able to put bread on the table and get onto a transport system that is unsafe and get back to their homes quite late and find their children already asleep, and there is no family connection or interaction. And then when things go wrong, we want to blame women for not raising their children properly.
That's right.
Right? So for me, when we talk generation equality, and I want all of you who are going to speak to us this morning and afternoon to be as simple as you can. Right? Demystify, distill what this generation equality means to me. Sitting in Tabong Velkom, sitting in Seshego, sitting in Middleburg, Hazyview, sitting in Kwamashu, sitting in Ulundi, sitting in Mtata, sitting in Mitchell's Plain, sitting in Vryburg, sitting in Klerksdorp. All those women who cannot be part of this discussion, this has to count for them and it has to make sense to them. As I said earlier, coming out of CSW 65, that's the annual meeting where we all congregate as women to shape our agenda. It was decided that we have to have a platform. Remember, as women, we went to Beijing to carve out what changes we want to see happen, right? And out of that Beijing platform of action, certain things had to happen. But I'm going to pose to all of you that out of that process, we have not dealt with patriarchy. We haven't. We haven't dealt with sexism. We haven't dealt with misogyny, right? But we had bold ideas and bold strategies to effect the changes, but still, we are where we are. And today, in 2021, we're discussing the same things and saying, how do we fast track these changes and we don't leave anyone behind? But we have started by leaving others behind because of how we are congregated. So we have to be honest, because we already left others behind. So in your presentations and in our engagement, we have to stay true and honest with all of that, and the decisions and the solutions and the interventions that we want to introduce must take that into consideration. We have generation equality, and maybe even the question should be asked, why generation equality? Who coined generation equality? Does it make sense for us sitting in the South with our own history and experiences that it makes sense, or how do we make sense of it? Yeah. That it suits our environment, right? So this is one of the coalitions of, Prof, it's 6 of them, correct? 6 coalitions, and I'm not going to talk about all of them. There's one on climate change, there's one on technology, there's one on gender-based violence, there's one on economic justice, and this one, which is the feminist movement and leadership. And I want us to, and for those who are going to present, really talk about the feminist movement and its evolution in this country. Because if we don't do that, we're going to be losing the plot. Absolutely. We're not going to be true to ourselves. Because, and maybe even in your speak, let's talk about this feminism that sometimes we think is an insult, right? We're too scared to say we are feminists because of the negative connotation attached to it, right? And why is there negative connotation to feminism, right? So let's explain it. Let's explain it in terms that are easy to understand, right? I'm not going to do it for you because I won't explain it, but I'm hoping that the speakers will do justice and do that for us. So the purpose of this coalition forum is we have had many meetings, numerous meetings as volunteers, and women, we volunteer our time all the time, right? To try and push the agenda of making a change and a different change of where all of us, especially women, are seen as human beings first. Right? And this coalition spent time in trying to really dig deep into how do we bring in as many women, different organizations, to one, coalesce around a common purpose that we can all, in our diversity, because remember, we are not a homogeneous group, right? And even in this feminism, Feminisms, there are those who are liberal feminists, there are those who are progressive feminists, there are those who are conservative feminists, there are those who are bourgeois feminists. But we need to, amongst all of those differences, and in all those differences, we have to have a common purpose. And that common purpose is about humanity and eradicating that sexism and misogyny, right? And agreeing that equality of the sexes has to take into account and bring in intersectionality. It's important. Race, class, gender, religion, age, rural, urban, young, old, disabled, transgender, queer, lesbian, all of that must be taken into account when we have this conversation. So I've said a mouthful, and I think other people who are better suited other than me can now shed more light into the discussions. And please, I'm going to request and humbly request that as speakers, please stay within the given time, because I know that we can speak and speak forever, right? But you don't have the luxury of that today. It's a Saturday. We also want to spend time doing the things that we enjoy doing, because we have choices. We've got the freedom to choose. And today you chose to be here, right? Okay, so having said that, I'm going to introduce the two speakers this morning who will articulate the journey so far. And those two individuals is Ms. Mabato Ramakgoši. Mabato Ramakgoši is the special advisor to the Minister of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, right? And Mabato has been an activist in this space for the longest of time. We all know Mabato. So Mabato, I hope you're ready and you are connected. Can someone confirm? Ruben, can you confirm? She's connected.
I'm connected.
Thank you. And then we have Dr. Hazel Gooding. I think Dr. Hazel Gooding is the UN rep, country rep for South African Multi-Country Representative Office, right? Is the one who has replaced Anne Shongwe, correct? Dr. Gooding, are you connected?
Yes, I am. And just a little good morning to you. I am a representative ad interim. Just a little correction.
Oh, it's an interim.
Yes.
Thank you. We need to correct that interim because tomorrow they will be saying that we have taken over the position. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Gooding. And I'm going to request both of you, and I'll start with you, Ms. Ramakgoši, to give the context of the Generation Equality Forum and the coalitions, right? And really take us through the journey thus far, and what, as a department and representing this government, how do we strengthen these coalitions to ensure that they do the kind of work that they're supposed to do based on the concept notes that we have given. So that's the first thing that I would like you to address, Ms. Ramakgoši. And Dr. Gooding is going to be saying for you, as UN women who have been in the driving force of this program, Generation Equality Forum, of how do we ensure that it succeeds, right? And that the support that is required is given at any given time when it is requested. So let's start with you, Ms. Ramakgoši. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Madumise Pajibo and the Action Coalition FML co-leaders. Thank you for making it possible that we're meeting this morning. And I want to reiterate what you just said, that it's on Saturday, but women do come and lead. Now, in terms of the journey, you are so right that one of the mottos of Generation Equality Forum is not leaving anyone behind. But we have left a lot of people behind due to COVID. You will recall that when we were planning for CSW 65, one of the key issues that came out of the first planning meeting was that we were going to relive pre-Beijing as a country to ensure that we have meetings in provinces, in communities, for them to come with a new agenda that they will give the sixth administration to say, as women now in this coming decade, this is what we want. Unfortunately, it didn't happen like that. We could not meet, we were under lockdown. So a few people who had access to data, who have access to all this, are the ones that have met. Because we needed to meet for CSOs to go virtually to Mexico to start the development of the blueprint. So even though we could not go to Mexico as anticipated globally, but 400,000 people participated. The question will be, where were these people coming from? Because if you're coming from a continent that has no connectivity, so it means it's us who are sitting around this virtual platform that were able to input in the Mexico document. And from Mexico, then we went to Paris. And again, there was talk that in Paris, most countries will be on level 2, level this, people will be able to come. Now, also Paris, only those that, number one, were vaccinated, and in the continent, that was one of those luxuries that people could not have because vaccines has been an issue. So even Paris itself, the majority of people didn't participate. But when we look at the report with online, again, it had one of the highest participation, the highest in the sense that when you go to CSW is a platform that also those that have participated, we still leave a lot behind. So we've got documents now. In Paris, commitments were made. Commitments were made by different commitment leaders. I think Hazel will go into commitment leaders. I don't want to go there. I just want to go to the 6 action coalitions that we have. And in South Africa, we are leading on economic justice and rights action coalition. However, we took a decision that because Generation Equality Forum is about the lack of implementation of Beijing Plan for Action, we're not only going to focus on our action coalition, which is EJR. We're going to focus on all action coalitions because all action coalitions have to be implemented by member states. Now, the difference with Generation Equality was that this is not going to be a member state issue. The GF agenda is that we should ensure that everyone participates. So young people, older people, young women, LGBTQI, as you said, young men, because it's about an equal and just society that we want to see in 2030. What UN Women said in the report, after seeing all the country reports, that none of the countries of the world have achieved the targets that they've set themselves in the Beijing Plan for Action. So if we're going to report the way we've been reporting, we will still sit where we are. You raise the issue of we didn't deal with patriarchy, we didn't deal with sexism, we didn't deal with misogyny, and I think as South Africa, if we are honest about where we are now, with the highest gender-based violence in the world, that you cannot talk of a just and equal society while women are not even free to just go and stand at their own gate, because even in their own houses, they are in the war zone. So we made commitments. We made commitments as a country, and those commitments were commitments that we've already started engaging on with CSOs and the private sector in the nation. That besides our own action coalition that we're co-leading, because it's a co-creation with everybody else on board. We are committing we made commitments on 12 action coalitions. I mean, on commitments on 12 things. One was on our own action coalition, that we will strive to ensure that 40% preferential procurement is what we're doing. When we raised our hands to be a commitment maker, South Africa was asked then, because the president at the time was the chair of the AU, and he was asked to say, because as the chair of the AU, how are you going to bring the continent on board so that whatever action coalition that is out there, the continent is behind it? There has been some pushback even in the continent, because people were saying the action coalitions are not a multilateral action coalition. So who is this? Because they wanted to work around the systems that is already in place in the UN. However, with the ED that we had, I mean, she pushed to the extent that now we are seeing more countries, governments, when I say countries, governments coming on board, bringing their CSOs on board. Now, the biggest challenge that I see be around the implementation of the action coalitions is, how do we move away from the silo mentality that we have before, that says, I'm government, you are civil society, you are the private sector, you are the men's sector, and you are young people, and ensure that we move together to implement these action coalitions. When we say 40% preferential procurement, we did have 30% before in this country, and we have not even touched the surface of that 30%. So how are we going to hold each other as co-creators of GF to ensure that we implement the 40% procurement? It's not ideal. However, how we ensure that we implement the 40% procurement, because if that is implemented, the 40% of the trillion that government has is almost $1 billion plus, 400 billion. We will make a difference in the lives and livelihood of women. That's the number one. Also, we said we will continue with the 30% of the continent, and we will, when we submitted, the issue was that the president, as the head, as the chair of the AU, will then make all other presidents to support the 30% for the AU. We also said we will assist the global agenda with regards to digital financial inclusion in Africa, to mobilize stakeholders to invest towards new and strengthened platforms that will increase access and utilization of digital financial products and services for women. We know that women in the continent, actually, they are the providers of food in the continent. They've got markets, but those markets don't even cross the borders. They can't sell their products, they sell around. We see even the people from outside the continent making more money from the resources of the continent. So one of the commitments was around that. And the third commitment that we made was the commitment that we will ensure that as South Africa, we want to activate trade facilitation around the Africa Free Trade, Continental Free Trade area, so that there is a cross-border traders for women in business, and that we will make it easy for women to start from South Africa to Zimbabwe to Mozambique without having to pay with their bodies just to get access to those markets. We also made a commitment that for GBV, which was not our action coalition, that as a country already we've got a national strategic plan. That was one of the lessons, that you cannot work alone as government. You have to work in a multi-sectoral approach, a document that has been co-created by both governments, CSOs, multilateral agencies. So we said we will ensure that we drive that multi-sectoral whole society approach in responding to GBV through locally driven integrated resources, and ensure that we will be able to report midterm, which is 2026, on the impact that we have made on with our NSP. And that we will establish a fund in South Africa to finance these efforts to eradicate GBV building on the fund that we have now with the private sector one, because the private sector fund came into being because the body that is supposed to be coordinating and implementing the NSP, which is the council, is not in place, because that is the body that once it's in place, they will then coordinate all these funds that seeks to eradicate gender-based violence in the country. We also realize that the issue of patriarchy, misogyny, and everything else is an issue in the continent. And the sixth commitment that the president made was that he will assist in supporting the establishment of the African Union cycle of champions on gender-based violence and for women and girls, where heads of state, not only Ghana being the champion for gender equality in the continent, that heads of state must commit, including other champions in the continent that have influence, to address GBV on policy or programmatic efforts, including their resource to address GBV in the continent. Now, we also got involved in the compact on women, peace and security. There's a commitment that we've made that on women, peace and security, we will continue to train grassroots women and youth domestically and in the continent on conflict resolution, mediation, and negotiation. This is what DERCO has been doing annually, training women in South Africa, but also from the continent during August month on those skills. And to implement a Time for Peace annual Youth Peace Festival, and a Youth Peace Festival which is building on what is happening now on building the peace wall and hosting of peace awards. This is a movement by organizations dealing in the peace space to ensure that, because you cannot deal or you cannot talk of peace if you really don't address those issues that makes our country to be unsafe as it is. And we then joined other action coalitions around a collective, we've got a joint collective action coalition around ILO Convention C190, that we as a country will, again, we will ratify, we will sign and ratify and continue telling other countries to do that. We have an action coalition, a commitment that we call Charlotte McLake Initiative on Economic Justice and Rights. And this initiative was adopted by the UN, even though it was a commitment that came from South Africa. It's a commitment that UN Women and the Global Multi-Stakeholder Forum felt that it's an EJA that they wanted to take. So the Charlotte McLake Action Coalition on EJR, so a commitment on EJR, is a commitment where we want to launch collaborative projects that target support for women and girls to ensure that there is an increased opportunity in decision making across political and economic spheres in the continent. And DERCO is going to lead in that, in training 70% from outside South Africa and 30% from South Africa, so that we should not continuously be told that there are no women leaders, that's why there are no women presidents, or there are no women who are trained in different sectors. So we will be able to show that here they are. And I think, Brenda, you know that we, in one lifetime, we did have a database of women who have skills in the different areas and went to say, if you want women, here they are. But even that did not produce the results that we're looking for. So as a country, Department of Women has been tasked now with the responsibility to coordinate the action coalition going forward, ensure that there is local Generation Equality Forum, provincial Generation Equality Forum, and national Generation Equality Forum, because there is no place called national. All these injustices are happening at the local level. So, but that it has to be co-leading with civil society, the private sector, the traditional and religious leadership, because also those sectors contribute to what the injustices and the negative social and cultural norms that we see influencing. So we have already with the meetings with the leaders, the conveners of the different action coalitions started the meetings. We are going to bring all government departments, and we have to ensure that we bring private sector, youth groups, including adolescents, to take this thing forward. We're planning to have the strategy session in November. However, at the global meeting that we had last week on the 21st, the acceleration accountability framework is still not finalized, because we thought that when it's finalized, we will be able to have a strategy session where we are planning our 5-year plan, taking those indicators that will be in the plan, because we will have to report annually. The agreement is that we have to have an annual reporting on how we are implementing the action coalitions, and have a 5-year plan reporting that 2026, to see if there is impact, if we're moving, and if we're moving, what can we accelerate to 2030. So we will continue with that. CSW next year is a time where we will refine the implementation plans to see if the plans that we have now are working. There is money that Hazel will talk about, the 40 billion that has been raised in Paris, how that 40 billion will start shifting the needle and change how we are doing things differently, in ensuring that by 2030, we are not coming again and saying how we're going to change. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Ms. Ramakoshi. A mouthful. And we are going to be asking you some questions, but we'll take Ms. Gooding's presentation first, and then the audience, whether online or here, will ask questions of clarity or any question that they would like you to respond to. I mean, you have mentioned quite a number of interventions that are coming from our own government, and I'm sure they are all itching to ask the questions to yourselves, and so please be ready to respond to some of the questions that will come in your way. Ms. Gooding, as the UN Women, you've been at the forefront. You shaped the whole Generation Equality Forum, and you mobilize partners and stakeholders and women organizations and feminist organizations to be part of the Mexico meeting, and for that Mexico meeting to take the decisions to Paris for then governments to engage with all of that. And we already know that most of us could not be physically in those meetings, but we're online. I mean, I participated in some of the meetings online in Mexico, and I'll tell you quickly that I found those discussions, one, they were very limiting because you could not, I mean, many people were able to ask the questions that were not responded to, and that's the barrier and the difficulty with virtual discussions, because not all questions are responded to, and then you have people who are participating feeling left out, right? So that process itself kept other people feeling left out, and the message that we are sending to the world is that no one should be left out. But our own processes, our own interventions that we come up with do actually do exactly that we leave people behind. And we have to be cognizant of that and start to change how we do things. And I would like you to touch on some of those things, and in fact, your role as the UN Women in strengthening these coalitions and the money that was raised. I mean, everyone is talking about the 40 billion. Where is that 40 billion coming from? And how is it going to be shared, across the globe? And how is it being administered, right? When we say we are 50% of the population as women of the world, and we are the ones are sitting in these meetings trying to carve out our space and our voices, doesn't make sense, correct? But if we are supposed to be the ones fighting for the space, fighting for our voices to be heard, and we expect those who've got voices to hear us when they've had the privilege of having the voice and their voice has been louder. So we have to start to think about how do we even change those who believe that they have the voice and they have got the seat at the table on how they make that space. Do we want that space to be made for us? And how is that space supposed to be made? So, Dr. Gooding, we're ready for you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. And I want to just take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers of this important event. It is very exciting, and I've listened to our Sister Mabatu speak, and I couldn't agree more with her take on this, and yours as well. Those questions that you're asking are very pertinent questions as well, and these are the challenges that I think we need to be aware of. As you said, one of the questions you asked, how do we ensure that we succeed? And the only way I think we can succeed is if we pay attention to what our challenges are and focus on, overcoming those challenges as we seek to, to attain our shared goals. We often speak about, when we talk about generation equality, we often speak about the 1995 Fourth World Conference on Women. And those of us who were not around at that time may ask, what's so significant? Why do we continue to refer to this? And part of the answer probably lies on the fact that it was built on political agreements that had been reached at the three previous conferences that we don't necessarily speak about, but this was a culmination of three previous conferences, and it consolidated 5 decades of legal advances aimed at securing the equality of women with men in law and in practice. So it placed the collective vision of the world's women's movements on the global stage. And another most visionary agenda that we speak of is the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. And why I mention this is because generation equality emanated from this. Why? Because it was found that after all these years, as Ms. Mbatu has mentioned, as we speak, not one single country in the entire world has achieved gender equality. So the aim of this was to bring these generations together. Let us speak to each other. And at the center of this, the youth will be driving it. So our youth will be holding hands with us, with those generations that walked in 1995, and those generations today will be speaking to each other without a hierarchy involved. As we say, we're leaving no one behind here. And so the objective here is that, we see and we notice that we're all aware of the widening socioeconomic inequalities. So, especially what has happened, and you have mentioned, Madam Program Director, about, what has happened, and Sis Mabatu, in the COVID-19 pandemic that we are actually living. We're not yet post-pandemic, even though we would like to be. And how it affects the human rights of women and girls and the LGBTQI communities as we continue to face constant threats. So, I would like to give an example of initiatives that have happened in other parts of the world, such as in the Pacific, where there is what they call the STP Coalition, Shifting the Power Coalition, which was established in 2016, bringing together 13 women-led civil society organizations in 6 countries, working together to support diverse women's leadership in humanitarian action at local, national, and regional levels, demonstrating the value of localization and feminist collaboration between partners. They underscore the significance of investing in the enhancement of national and local capacity of women's leadership. Their effective engagement women's effective engagement in all their diversities, in decision-making, and in the need to change the narrative of women being vulnerable beneficiaries of aid. This is an important model of engagement, of bringing together and supporting women leaders and their organizations to put into practice skills, knowledge, and lessons acquired. You know, in recent years, we've seen a series of campaigns and mobilizations, such as the Me Too movement and hashtag Total Shutdown that happened in South Africa, where hundreds of women marched to raise awareness of violence against women and children, calling for an end to gender-based violence, which I imagine some of you here listening may have witnessed or may have even participated. These campaigns have highlighted the strength and positive impact of the collective actions of feminist and women's organizations, including young generations. And many of you may know that UN Women was formed based on, it was driven by women's organizations, grassroots organizations on the ground. It's their voices that led to this, you know, international community coming together and creating UN Women. But we know what has happened. We know that there has been a lot of progress, but at the same time, the challenges. And as I mentioned before, we can only succeed if we recognize what those challenges are. And one of them being funding, as you mentioned, where women's organizations receive little global funding. Most flow through organizations in the global north and are not necessarily flexible and responsive or allow for rapid deployment to meet feminist needs. We continue to face threats and restrictions of civil space, entrench harmful practices, norms and stereotypes, leadership structures that do not actually fit for women's lived experiences. And, you know, we need to identify what those main challenges are. That feminist movements, civil society organizations, and grassroots organizations are currently experiencing and collectively discuss innovative and creative solutions to overcome those challenges. And it needs actually to come from us. And not, you know, we can learn and we can listen to lessons, we can share lessons learned, but at the same time, those creative solutions need to come from us. To identify the main priorities of feminist groups and organizations across the country, learn about the differentiated challenges, as I mentioned, and share good practices and strategies and recommendations to guarantee the continuity of work in spite of the internal and external challenges experienced. And while we move beyond rhetoric to concrete action, may we strongly reaffirm that women's rights are human rights and that gender equality benefits all of society. Let's remember that we are not inviting men and boys into this conversation. They are part of the conversation. And as you mentioned, Madam Program Director again, to ensure that we're actually leaving no one behind. But I'll stop here and allow for the conversation to continue. But I congratulate the organizers again for this important event. Thank you so much, and over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gooding. Before you say goodbye, you need to respond to the question of the 40 billion.
Sorry, could you? I didn't get that. Sorry.
The 40 billion that was raised, that was mobilized, right? And was the thinking around the deployment of that 40 billion, right? We hear, as Mabatu shared with us earlier, that the accountability framework is still being worked on. And once that accountability framework is done and dusted and signed off, I take it then that we will understand how this money is being deployed to the different programs around the world. But I mean, can you respond to who is charged with the responsibility of looking after this money first?
Let me just say, and I neglected to mention the importance of when we go through, as you know, there's an acceleration plan, an implementation plan that we're required to have in place. What's very important in that implementation plan or acceleration plan, as we call it, is to make sure that those actions are actually costed. Okay. There is while we speak of our, need to move within a short time frame, we have 5 years now, it's looking like 4 years, more like it. We need to make sure that if we have a plan that's carefully costed in a realistic way, that we will be at that point in a better position to be able to hold those who have pledged that 40 billion globally, to be able to say, this is our implementation plan with the cost, and to hold those funders accountable. Now, remember that the way the global community works, the international community works, they are outside of generation equality, there are annual pledging conferences where they pledge funding to the United Nations. Over and above that, there are also pledges to various initiatives when there are humanitarian crises and other crises around the world, there are pledges. Very often in those cases, the pledges are not met. You have a pledge, which is a promise, so to speak, but the actual funds do not materialize. So I think the onus is on us that it starts with us to have those actions costed. And with that, we can work together as partners to hold those pledges, those who have pledged accountable. This cannot happen without our budgeting, our actions.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it starts. And the justification around that is very important, because remember, these actions will be assessed. And as Ms. Mabatu mentioned, we will report on an annual basis. So they go hand in hand, our reporting, our planning, our budgeting, before we approach our donors. Now, along the way, we also have donors who are interested in what we're doing. For example, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and other donors who are expressing interest in funding activities. So they all go hand in hand. Now, the channeling of those funds are yet to be determined. How the funds are channeled, depending also on the thematic areas and the various mandates within which the UN works as well. So I would say let's get our act together very quickly in terms of being able to cause those activities, and we will take it to the next level together collectively to our donors who have pledged. We know it's public knowledge who the donors are, what the pledges are. So I think it's all out there already. So it's just a matter of us being able to cost.
Okay. Now, thank you for that. But I take it then, Dr. Gooding, that in the accountability framework, we are going to be clear on, and I'm going to use this coalition as an example in trying to put it together, because there was back and forth on what can be supported and funded, right? So all those things must be upfront. We must be upfront with them, because if we are not going to, one, compensate people for their time, then it's not worth it. But we can compensate others for their time. Black women cannot continue to do and offer their labor for free, and that has been the practice and the tendency, right? And so I'm already putting it on the table, because my experience even of putting this coalition and this meeting together was informed by that we had to go back and forth, because there was no will. Here we are talking about generation equality, but we are oppressive in our execution and even in the kinds of demands that we put in, right? So we have to be honest with ourselves, and authenticity must come out, because then we're really making a mockery of the work that needs to be done because of who the people in the room are, right? So I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm hoping that those who are charged with the responsibility of putting the accountability framework, but also assessing these programs that are going to be coming onto your table, that there's going to be an honest assessment of those those programs, and be able to look at the entire continent that has been, for the longest of time, not been taken seriously, right? we're sitting with 4 countries at the moment that are in crisis: Swaziland, Guinea, Sudan, Zimbabwe. The women in those countries are experiencing hardship as we speak, right? And if you look at those countries and the resources that they have, and women are not beneficiaries of all of that, but they bear the brunt of the violence that is taking place currently. So in the work that we do, this continent cannot be left behind as it has been the case. And it's going to require all of us to push that does not happen, right? And we start here at home to ensure that we are not left behind. Ms. Ramakhoshi, I'm opening it up for discussion or even questions of clarity quickly with you. That you speak of you said 12 or 14 interventions or programs that we are leading as a country. And one of those is digital and financial inclusion, trade facilitation, multi-sectoral approach to funding. We're going to have cycles of champions. I think, quickly, Ms. Ramakhoshi, can you just share with us how all of this thing is being done? You said the Department of Women is charged with the responsibility of coordinating all this work. One, is there capacity within the Department of Women to do this work? And how are you bringing civil society organizations to be able to assist in making sure that we deliver? You said implementation is key. And if we are to implement, we need boots on the ground to be able to do so. So let's start there, and then I'll open up to the colleagues in here. And if there's anyone, Ruben, you will guide us or on the chat, or people who've got questions. But Ms. Ramakhoshi, let's start with that, and I'll hear from you any questions for Ms. Ramakhoshi. Thanks, Cindy. Okay, and introduce yourselves. Mabatu, before you respond, let me take the questions. Cindy's here, and then Zuki also, 2 questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Advocate. I just have one question for Mabatu, and the amazing report back that she has done in the platform, and also looking at Dr. Gooding on the presentation at a high level. They speak to each other, but now not leaving anyone behind, and also localizing the generation equality. I think it's very important, and also transparency is one of them. Accountability is one of them. Systems must be put in place so that in the next coming 4 years, we'll be able to actually report on a systematic flow of what exactly are we doing in these coalitions, and how do we effectively collaborate as government, as private sector, as civil society. And I think let us engage on those 2, high level and localization, because Doc has already covered that. But what is important, Professor Makubela, is that how do you localize this? That's very important. We need to have an action plan. Talk is cheap. We've been talking, as we are saying, and Dr. Gooding said that it never worked, but now generation equality says, let us not leave anybody behind. What are the action plans on the ground that talks to that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Zuki? Zuki, introduce yourself. Cindy decided not to follow my orders.
My name is Zuki. I'm from the Circle of Global Businesswomen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Firstly, my first comment is I find it very strange for a woman is offered money and she's not collecting it. And a question that I have is, with all these programs that are put into place, what specific mechanisms and programs have put in place to specially not exclude the marginalized women, especially the indigenous communities that we know we have in South Africa and the rest of the world? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. Cindy Chabalala Mzamo, the President for the Circle of Global Business Women.
Thank you, Cindy.
I'm Patricia Litole from UNISA.
Patricia
Yes.
Litole.
Yes.
Okay.
From UNISA. I was listening very carefully for whoever was presenting and also those who were asking questions. And I had this question which kept to come into my mind. It seems like a slogan when they say we need not to leave anyone behind. And I start to ask myself, who is this anyone? And how do you identify them? And how are you going to do it? Again, I ask myself, Pat, you are one of them who must do this. But at the same time, I'm telling you, there is a lot which is happening in the rural area, which is not in our pockets. They are doing a lot out of nothing. By saying that, I'm not saying that they must not be funded. And I'm not saying that it's possible without funding. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that we need brains, very important. We need curriculum, which will start to germinate that into our young people. And I think I must finish here because there's a lot.
Thank you. You want a question? Yeah, no, go ahead. You can hear you.
Okay. Mine really is to just to
Introduce yourself.
My name is Lusanda Munale. I'm with the organizing team. I'm working closely with Prof. Makobela. My role really is to just feed into the discussion. There's questions that have come through the platform.
Right.
We have the honor of hearing from Mambeki. She's given some comments. One of them is that she's saying debunking feminism generally seems to imply that we are here to expose the lie that is feminism with false claims. And she goes on to say that the program itself is affirming feminism as superior to capitalism, and that the current ecosystem, which is toxic, by creating poverty, polluting the environment, and leaving so many behind. Thank you.
Thank you. And that point is going to be dealt with by Ntikim Sisulu on the debunking of feminism. And because when you look at the definition of debunk is that we're dealing with a falsehood. Is feminism a falsehood? No. And Mambeki is correct by saying that this discussion this morning, we have done that and say feminism is powerful and is a force to be reckoned with, right? So we use the debunking as a way of triggering and forcing people to think and think differently. So thank you for that comment. Ms. Ramahoshi and Dr. Gooding, can you respond to some of the comments or the directed questions that you had? Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Advocate Madumise. Advocate Madumise for that. I think let me start with Madam Cindy's issue. We have commitments that were made in Paris in July. We are now in October. Those commitments have not been implemented at all. That's number one. Because the commitments are based, these are global commitments, are based on the accountability framework that the UN and all the other multi-stakeholder forum is busy creating now. So the accountability framework, the acceleration plan, the accounting, once it's done, we then are going, when I was saying, we will have a strategy sessions from November to develop the country plan for localization. Because not everybody has been participating in the Generation Equality Forum, multi-stakeholder forum. We have had this forum since March, and UN Women have been kind to coordinate the weekly or bi-weekly meetings when we're preparing for Mexico and we're preparing for Paris. Now, the forum itself, as we said earlier on, unfortunately, it was not as inclusive as possible because we were interacting online. But it was not a government-led forum. It has been a forum where it was both government, CSOs, UN, different embassies in the country. In the different action coalitions, we've got conveners. And most of the conveners are from CSO organizations, including this FML. The co-conveners are from civil society organizations. So it was really saying, how do we start activating and making the country aware that this is I think we can even say this is a campaign that UN Women is bringing on board for implementing all those targets and commitments that were made before that were not implemented. So, Cindy, with regards to localization, I indicated that we are planning in November to have a strategy session for the 5-year plan. That strategy session is a strategy session that must come with clear programs, and the programs, these commitments, the commitments were continuously being discussed at the different GF meetings with CSOs and government and our partners. So those are the commitments that we've made. But now these commitments need now to say, how are we going to reach communities? And this is where the strategy session must come. And we're saying we can have Mandisa in the last meeting said the stadiums are now opened. This is maybe where we need to go to those stadiums and bring communities together to come with programs that will have clear indicators on how we localize GF at community level. That's number one. Now, talking to even what Hazel is saying, the strategies document they must be costed. And Brenda, I agree with you that women's work should be paid. Now, if you go back to what has happened with the GF activation, remember when South Africa said we are not going to only focus on EJR only because we've raised our hands to be a co-leader on EJR. We want to ensure that with all the action coalitions, we start raising awareness. And engaging in the different action coalitions was even difficult at the UN level because each action coalition was operating as an action coalition. We didn't even know what is happening in GPV. We didn't know what's happening at FML because each action coalition was focusing on their own. Now, for the post-Paris program, we said now we cannot meet as different action coalitions. We must now meet as 7, that is 6, including WPS, because that's the only way that we can have it with a plan that makes sense, that can be costed, that will come with indicators, and annually as a collective, we have to report on that. So, Cindy, there is no closed process because there is no process on implementation now. The process has to be a co-creative process. But unfortunately, that process did not pan out as planned because it has been done here online, not with communities. So we want to see how we have either 9 or 18 sessions at community level, or the provinces, maybe say as a province, they will bring people from the different districts in one area to craft the implementation plan that talks to Eastern Cape, that talks to a Free State, because also coming with a same one plan that might be irrelevant to a woman sitting in Pokwani, where my grandparents are coming from. You can't come with one plan on GBV where the situations are different. So we are going to co-create that 5-year plan. There is no 5-year plan with indicators as yet. This is what we are planning together. Now the slogan the slogan of not leaving anyone behind. Actually, if you look at this slogan, come from the SDGs. This is not a new slogan. We are talking about it as if it's new. It's not a new slogan. The SDGs, when they came with this program that has targets, they said now we're bringing private sector and CSOs. But in the 5 years that they implemented the SDGs, actually they did leave everybody, a lot of people behind. So we have taken that slogan, and the slogan is now including even youth who were not part of the SDGs, to say this target of 2030, we are now in the 9 years of the 2030. How are we going to do things differently? Now, I think for me, the civil rights organizations that are on call now, who also have membership, is how do we ensure that with your membership in the provinces, in the plan that we must have for the coming 5 years and the 10 years, how do we bring everybody on board? And it cannot be, because unfortunately, what I've seen happening even with online, when people say, I'm not involved, I was not involved, it's not because they want to bring anybody, it's about them. I'm not involved, you didn't bring him on board, but I said, you've got an email, or I was not speaking. So until we also start saying, we want to get involved, and it's not about us, it's about women, even at the local level. We are still, us as sitting here, going to come back and say we have not reached the target. So let's hold government accountable, let's hold ourselves accountable, let's hold private sector accountable, let's bring everybody on board to the 5-year plan that we want to implement as a country.
Thank you. Thank you, Mabat. Well said. Dr. Gooding, you want to respond to any of the...
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Sis Mabatu just took all the words out of my mouth. Actually, I wanted to go back to what you were saying about the forum in Paris and, you know, the challenges that surrounded that in terms of participation and voices being heard and answers to questions probably not coming out as we would have liked. And just to say that, you know, even the way in which we work now on a day-to-day basis is a challenge. And for many of us, we didn't know the word Zoom before the COVID-19 pandemic hit. Now we're all experts and, you know, we're trying to make it work, but I think those challenges will continue. And it was obviously not intentional. You know, there was a lot of logistical issues around that, trying to figure out what the right number of people to have in person, how to navigate the participation online. So, you know, that, you know, not to excuse it, but to say we still continue to face those kinds of challenges. And it's something that I think we just have to get used to and to find ways of getting around it. And that brings me to the leaving no one behind. I didn't hear all the questions, so I am just addressing those that I've heard. Right. Even UN Women, we have in our reporting matrix and what we call LNOB, where we ensure that we specify what are we doing specifically to ensure that we're leaving no one behind. And this brings me to the accountability part of it, where we come into these spaces making sure that there's a voice for the voiceless. And we have a responsibility to ensure that we're representing the women with disabilities, you know, the LGBTQI communities, that those who are experiencing difficulties with connectivity, who don't have the bandwidth, who are unable to join, for example, a meeting such as this, who, you know, there's issues with data and on a phone, the mobile phones and things like that. At any one point in time, if we are unable to have everyone on board, that we ensure that there's representation, that we represent the communities from which we come, so that we ensure through the representatives that everyone's voices are heard and that we're all at the table. We need to also, I need to also emphasize that UN Women is here to make sure that we support the work, the systems that someone mentioned, I think it was you. How do we address those issues that you have raised? It will be addressed in those workshops that Sis Mabatu just mentioned. When those invitations go out, let's make sure that we are in the room. Let's make sure that we are at the table and that we are part of the planning. It's when we sit and take care of those details that all of these issues that you have raised will be prioritized and addressed. It's very difficult to get into those details in a plenary like this, but I think in a planning session, a working session, let's look at our budgets, let's look at concrete, you mentioned time, but let us look from our donor partners' perspective. They will attach funds to a concrete result, something that they can report back to their constituencies to say, we invested $5 and we got a list of items out of that. So we have to find a way. How do we address the time that you were saying that we're spending to attach it to a concrete result so that it will be meaningful and even attract even more funding because of the way it's done. So we have to be sure when we sit down to look at our acceleration plans that the way we cost actually makes to a donor partner, if you see what I mean. So those are the points I wanted to make very quickly, and I hope I answered the questions that were addressed to me specifically. If not, feel free to let me know. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
No, thank you, Dr. Gooding. And I take it that the kind of funders we have are also feminist in their approach, right? No, it's important, right? Because then we can't have funders who dictate certain terms and those, the dictation and what they want to see come out goes against the values and principles of feminism, right? So I take that is the driving force, that we all espouse these ideals, these values, these principles that are feminist grounded. Thank you very much for your participation. I'm hoping that you are staying on the line. The tendency is that when you're online, you are able to mute yourself and you disappear, and we think that you are still online, right? but I hope you'll be able to stay on, because the discussion requires some of you to be present to be able to respond to the questions that are going to be coming out, right?
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
It talks to what we have just said around the funders, because that is not the spirit in the global multi-stakeholder forum. This is not the spirit at all. The spirit there is, we've got an agenda, and this agenda must be costed, and this agenda must be implemented. So there is nothing like that. There will be a funder coming somewhere to say, I want this, including even governments that have pledged money in there. And one of the agreements in the accountability framework that will also maybe make people to realize that this is going to be different, like the other UN reporting. One of some of the indicators, number one, all the programs must show intersectionality. That is a key issue that came from them. Must show intersectionality. It must show also that it was co-created. So if you come with a plan and it goes to the multi-stakeholder committee, and then Cindy from her organization says, no, we were not involved, that is going to have a problem in terms of that plan being funded. So it must show that there was co-creation, there's intersectionality, or women in their diversity participated, and that is going to make an impact where it should be. So the plan is not going to be the top-down, like we have a problem now with funders making women's organizations close because they wanted to fund men. It's not going to be like that.
Thank you for that, Mabatu. Cindy?
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate. I just want to thank Aus Mabato and Dr. Gooding for the response. This is very powerful and powerful information for all women out there that are looking at the implementation strategy. Thank you very much, Aus Mabato, and taking into cognizance what Dr. Gooding has said, because of the challenges of COVID, we couldn't actually be inclusive more than that. But now, I think the ground is fertile, is what Sis Mabato is saying, that we can even go there and go into. What I like about Sis Mabato, what she said, is the provincial plan, because the demographics of provinces in the country are different.
Yeah,
and that's very powerful on its own. And the implementation plan, it's going to be powerful because it will take cognizance of provincial demographics. Thank you very much, Aus Mabato and Dr. Gooding.
Thank you. As we close this session, I would like Mr. Sulu to come forward. And I'm going to say this to all of us, the participants, and in us coming to the end of our session this afternoon, to start to think about, if we're talking localization of Generation Equality Forum, and we're talking of provinces and local government and bringing all the players together, and it's a multi-sectoral collaborative approach, we have to be honest with ourselves about where we find each other. I'm in an organization that does particular work.
Yeah.
How do I ensure that my work continues and bring this on board, right? And unless we do that, we're going to be creating problems for ourselves and nothing will happen, right?
Yeah.
Right? There also has to be a link with, if you are speaking of bringing the many players in the different communities, it has to tie into their lived reality and experience.
Yebo.
Right? Very true. We'll be making a mockery if we ignore or even exclude that. So let's think about it as we formulate our strategies and what this coalition is going to do going forward. This is how we're going to try and shape it and be able to implement. I mean, I'm at an age where I don't have the luxury of talking.
Yeah.
I'm at a point where I act, and I leave those behind who just want to continue to jabber. I go away and go and do the work, right? Yeah. So we are on the right track, and I think Mabatu and Dr. Goodin, thank you very much, because that has helped. And it's important because if we don't have these kinds of discussions or even this information being shared, we will not know what is going on. If you are not in the thick of things, then we are a convener like Prof, right? Because Prof has got the information because she's a convener. But Prof has to work with all of us. And we need to be on the same page as Prof when this information is shared. So thank you for that. Ms. Sisulu, you've got the unenviable task. I know. But I know you're up to the task, so don't worry, right? We're going to be very nice to you. You come from a woman being Albertina, who was her feminist in her own way and right? Her own way. Because we have a tendency of discounting people's contributions because they don't fit into our expectations, right? But so that's the stock that you come from, right? And that stock set the tone and the platform for you and I to be sitting here today, right? So as you engage with us on debunking feminism and locating it in our experience as African women, you have to do justice to those women. Okay? Yeah. So let's hear what Mrs. Sulu has to say, because Ntiki was tasked by this coalition through Prof. Makubela to come up with a paper. What did we entitle your paper? Debunking Feminism. So, Ntiki, debunk it. Thanks, Cindy. All right.
Good afternoon. Are we still morning? Good morning. Good morning, Program Director, Prof. Makubela. Thank you for leading us. And to our participants and fellow panelists who are here and those who join us online, it's useful to know that we do have the caliber of Mrs. Big already here. No pressure in putting me on the spot. With my heritage. Actually, it was in 2018 where I had the turning point of saying, I will no longer prove myself. I know who I am enough in who I am. I will stand on my heritage. And that was the centenary year of Mam Albertina Sisulu, who had been excluded as part of the country celebration until the family, me, stood up and said to government, you have excluded her. It's still the year of Nelson Mandela, but she too had made a contribution. The depth of patriarchy and the contribution of women can be negated at the highest possible level of influence, no matter how much we do as women. And when you talk about taking action, I was at that point, like, I'm not apologetic in any shape, way, or form, but I will stand for this centenary. Late though she was added, she was added. So thank you for that start. So I thought we'd look at also what is called the Domestic Violence Action Center that begins to define feminism. Of course, we'll have different ways of looking at it, but it does say that feminism is a collection of movements that are aimed at defining, establishing, and defending equal political, economic, and social rights and equal opportunities for women. Right? So when they gave that definition, of course, in 2015, they were missing the non-gender conforming. Right? And I see no falsehood in what is being said, nor any complexity. Because we now have generation equality in which we are defining, establishing, defending equal political, economic, and social rights and equal opportunities for women, including young women across the globe. It is just that simple. I then thought, no, let me look at Lebogang Pheko, who speaks of African feminism that is grounded in unorthodox thinking on social transformation and reframing the state and rethinking economics in the context of human mobility. What I liked about and appreciated about the term human mobility, it is very inclusive of all humans. And so there is no need at that point to be uneasy about what feminism is. What it is that causes the bias is our inherent bias that feminism equals women. Yeah. And so that's what people are hearing. But as soon as you say women, the cultural, social, religious boundaries and issues of what it means in each of our families to be a woman and how a woman should be in society, therefore shuts the mind down. But yet we were able to come together and understand a virus we'd never heard of. Here we are as women living on this earth since time immemorial, and yet people just refuse to understand feminism. We understood HIV and AIDS, we understood TB because of the adverse effect that both men and women are affected and none are spared. but none are spared if the economy is only serving half its people. So in the publication called Feminism in South Africa, Denise explains that in contemporary South Africa, we are continuing to engage with the questions of the role of feminism within the broader national and international struggles for class and racial inequality. But I also wanted to add that we also non-sexism as well as non-violence. You know, but it's important because as we're talking about generation equality, we are indeed, and we did as a collective FML, debate the issue of our relevance and our role. What is the role of feminist movements? And of course, when Denise puts it that way, to say within the broader national, and it's important, program director, that you raise to say, I hope the funders are actually feminist. So based on the two definition and lines of thinking, we see no falsehood in the funders simply understanding that it's about inclusion. In South African feminism, there's an alignment with the agenda of global feminism. And as we continue, we endeavor to design, to deconstruct and challenge the dualities and the binaries between men and women in the eyes of society and the state. We must not leave out the state in any shape or at any point. So feminism in South Africa is rooted distinctly and differently, and beliefs of women and women's work, which we talked about, that some cannot be here because they are indeed doing their laundry. Some of us who are here is because we have been privileged enough to work and have another woman doing the laundry while we are here. You know, and then that grounds other modern inequalities and social structures, such as workers' compensation. We continue to know that women continue to earn less than men. In South Africa, we had to the 1,000 rand, women earn 800 rand, while men earn 1,000 rand. So in international feminist theory, it asserts that exclusive dualities between men and women serve as the groundings on which discriminatory laws, and this we know in real life and practice, lie. In modern South African feminists, we aim to deconstruct these dualities. And it says by politicizing the lives of women and demanding gender laws, as explained in this publication called Peace Building. I was toiling with the idea of whether did we indeed politicize the lives of women. But if you read the whole sentence, it says in demanding gender equality laws, right? And then I told and thought, I don't know if we really politicize that. And later I said, no, I know that we've called for greater political will from gender-responsive budgeting, gender-responsive planning, budgeting, until we finally had a framework approved on gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing. That now brings in the whole value chain, from those who plan, from those who actually allocate the budgets, those who spend the budgets, and those who have to monitor and audit those budgets to say, Auditor General, you have to be part of this picture. So while we started in 1995, we only got cabinet approval in 2019. So the journey has been long, but not nearly as long as the journey that Oma Sisulu, Charlotte Matleke had traveled before us. So they had laid the groundwork for us to be able to get there. Similarly, with the issues of gender-based violence and femicide, it took years of stopping, and not being consistent in the advocating for and the demanding of what we now have as a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide. It will take movements like the total shutdown who build on that which had existed before, and where there had been a gap and the gap had cost us our lives. It then brought us and pushed government, the state, because the economic impact of not having pushed the state for what on the surface seems like a social issue and a women's issue is actually a socio-economic feminist issue that they needed to attend to, and now we are where we are. Perhaps in the struggle for women's liberation, there was greater political activism even then. And I think among the first, we can find the first signs of this feminism in South Africa. And of course, we're celebrating the year of Charlotte Manye Maxeke. We do find it in Charlotte Manye Maxeke. She was the first Black woman to obtain a Bachelor of Science degree in 1901. What is significant about that is that when she traveled abroad as part of a choir, she decided to stay behind so she could come back and action she did. And she did so in the political space, she did so in the religious space, she did so in the education space, and in all her life she was simply an activist. And not speaking about, but mobilizing women towards. By 1913, she was already mobilizing women against past laws because of the economic impact of those past laws and the mobility, the human mobility of all South Africans. Yes, the Land Areas Act was being implemented as well, which would deprive many of us, women in particular, because we worked the land. But in 1913, when she was mobilizing women against the past laws, it was in recognition of the mobility of all humanity in South Africa at the time. So it is really important that we recognize that women, yes, the political laws, or the laws at the time, demanded of them to be in that political, but they were never confined to the space that was political. In addition, there's a suggestion that we could consider at least two aspects in understanding the reluctance of many, perhaps, and it says Black women, but I think women in general, and I would argue women in general, to fully embrace women's rights discourse. We always say we are not a homogeneous group, in part because we do not embrace the discourse in the same way. You know, so to fully embrace women's rights discourse and make violence against women a matter of political importance, I would add women's economic inclusion is also of very, very, very significance to us. In continuing with this argument, it can be said within the historical context of South Africa that the discourse and how Black women joined it had been influenced by their lived experience. But also Black women had different perspectives and perceptions of the current pressing needs, and our priorities were certainly different, as you will see later, from those of white women, and those priorities in their struggle for basic survival and broader communal liberation. So it was never about me being liberated, never about Masisulu being liberated, not Shadow, it is about the communal liberation of women in that sense. So this reluctance has not stood in the way of women being active in South Africa's struggle, this we know, against racial oppression. The country celebrates, of course, Women's Day, because this now is, of course, is known globally, but we also know that long before that, that's why I start with Charlotte Maxeke in 1913, but in the earlier 50s, of course, we had the Defiance campaign in which women participated in. It's that where it becomes very significant around 1956, because men never thought we could. Yeah. And when we did, and when those women did, here we sit today. Amen. So they risked what they had to. The march was a visible display of the power of women to publicly make their voices heard on matters they considered vital to their everyday lives. And that is what the significance is. Yes, it's a national day now, but we should never lose sight of from whence it came and how we got to that particular space as women and where we are today. So at a global level, it could be said that it is currently accepted that there is a plurality of feminism, right? But much of what we perceive as the broader feminist agenda and the women's rights is attributed to movements, right? And these movements, of course, we would know they in the 19th and the 20th century would have been in Europe and, of course, in the US. But the issue remains the same, that it's a broader feminist agenda and a women's rights matter. So such a feminist agenda is understood to be a direct response, mainly at the exclusion of white women in those areas, within a male-centric ambit. We know this because of where it started. And then, of course, Europe defined human rights, and we all therefore. The women's rights focus on political equality is attributed to the earlier feminist wave. The latter wave is associated with a more complex challenge against patriarchy and its violent consequences. Now, this is the crux of the matter. And patriarchy, difficult though it is, it must be faced on consistently, relentlessly. So as Black women and other women across the globe, and African women on the continent and in the diaspora, were also politically active over the decades. And they have continued to be active. We continue to do so. But they face the dilemma of being torn between confronting the challenges that they face as women and those they face as members of Black communities. We living in dire conditions of deprivation and involved in struggles for group emancipation or liberation from colonial rule. And I think that is our main difference, is that that's why when we say we're leaving people behind, is who are you representing when you are here? Do they know you are here? Will you be back to them? You know? You should see a multitude of women behind you as you sit here, unless you are here for yourself. Of course, we cannot ignore that much of the African nationalist rhetoric drew selectively, of course, and expanded on the same European canon of human rights. The earliest protests of Black South African women were as much about women asserting their right to make a living in urban areas as they were about fighting to protect the integrity, and this time, of the Black family. This added to strengthening their communities as a whole. In the current democratic era, Black women's negotiations of human rights continue to be a delicate balance. We have to, we're always, except if you advocate Madimisa, you just get to the point. This, of course, this delicate balance is between personal needs and broader family as well as community needs. And I do not like the term Black tax. Because when we are talking about feminism and looking at issues of defining, establishing what makes us equal, it is not me. I have a family from whence I come. I come from a community. And of course, the prophet did not come from the sky, where he says it takes a village to raise a child. We've seen it happen. If you have not been called to order by a neighbor as a Black South African child, then you have not quite lived where we have lived. So that is the delicate balance, is that yes, it is about us as women, us being empowered, but it's also about the needs of the family as well as the community at large. Alliances between white and Black feminists, however, and Black women generally continue to be volatile. Yeah, they do. This is for the simple reason that white women's dominance in women's human rights discourse persists. And then, of course, on our side, it would look like pitting, but it's not pitting or challenging Black women against African cultures. What we know is that it's not that we are being pitted against, as feminists, our own cultures, is that we are challenging the culture so that it is equal and it is not depriving or oppressing us as women. We still want, part of our negotiations at the UN, that we have a text that include harmful traditional or cultural practices, and the fight that we have between countries and amongst countries where we are always saying, no, it's not harmful, it's just traditional practices or cultural practices. And so we say, but it is harmful. How is female genital mutilation not harmful? How is child marriage not harmful? And so when you look at that, you will debate for days on end, and that does show that the issue of us being pitted against the culture is not that we are as women being pitted, it's simply that we are challenging, and these are the characteristics that make us different. Both white and black women's rights activists need to realize that for black women, demands for equal dignity and fairness do not necessarily entail a desire to do away with male leadership in the home, in the community, or in the country. Right? Moreover, we can expect a level of skepticism about campaigns aimed at eliminating gender-based violence and femicide because it challenges the very home, the very intimate spaces in which gender-based violence happens. But as black people, we've always been communal. So it's a skepticism that is almost unfounded because the challenges that arise have been solved by family, by community. It's also, the studies and the media, however, do have a coverage that shows violence also needs to change. How it depicts this violence does need to change because it needs to go beyond focusing on mainly black male as the only aggressors in this, as if no other culture, no other religion, no other nationality, or no other race is actually violent. And so what is depicted and what is seen by most becomes believed, and that becomes the stereotype, and so we go around in circles. We are not exonerating black men in any way, but we are simply saying that the picture must be clear and representative of what we are. In the book that was called Constitutional Equality, it was about the implications for women in South Africa. And one example of the causes leading to feminism was the inability for all women to vote until 1983. By the way, remember, this is where it was black women. Remember, Shatta McCluggage started already 1901, 1913, 1952, 1956, 1976. Women were at the forefront of trying to actually educate their own children when Bantu education was being introduced. Similarly, when the state of emergency arose in the 80s, the women were there. So in 1983, we as black South Africans are under the height of state of emergency, and white women are allowed to vote. And so it's important that we always contextualize it in that way and also understand that cultural sexism manifesting through severe violence against women is also a contributing factor as to why feminism is important. Our lives are as important as those of males. So it's important then that South Africa had and still has a high level, for us to note that it has a high level of rates of rape and domestic violence, which frequently goes unreported, and we all know, part of the issues that prevent women from reporting, part of that being the issue of being economically or financially dependent. And that's the importance of feminist economy and rethinking and making sure the state reframes how it produces its policies and at the exclusion of women. So we know that nearly 1/3 of adolescent girls report being sexually coerced by men, often older men, by the time they are only 16. There was a flare-up in the issue of teenage pregnancy. And I was more surprised about the reaction of people saying, Did you see? I'm like, but it has been going on. The fact that you moved your eyes onto COVID and forgot that children are now at home with perpetrators and are falling pregnant. They have been. We also knew that the HIV/AIDS rate for teenage girls in particular and young women between the ages of 14 and 24 was higher. It was 2,000 per week higher than their male counterparts. 2 years later, of course, the male counterparts seem to have then caught up. Now you're not sure which one it is, that now they're meeting their age groups, and yet the girls and the young women and the girls were being impregnated by men who are older than them. So just because that has shifted, it doesn't mean that every other issue that we've had in society has also moved. As a response to these issues, and out of desperation for change in a politically unstable time of the 1980s, feminism in South Africa began to gain traction. As women became more politically active, specifically feminism in South Africa gained new life, of course, in 1994, when the constitution was being rewritten to cater to a post-apartheid democracy. During this phase of reconstruction, women unified and lobbied, and there it is. It's the unity of women and the unity of our voice. You know, we're not homogeneous, but unifying and lobbying for common causes. You know, and I think the most recent history is that of total shutdown on gender-based violence. That gave us the need why it's important that we unify and we lobby. And at the time, we were lobbying for a more equitable positioning of women within the constitutional framework. Women benefited from that. We have, however, continuously needing to make sure we're not reversing the gains, because we make gains, we reverse, we make gains. And so our role will never end. We are anchored in those that have come before us, who allowed us and afforded us the opportunity to have the democracy. Our role is to step in now and take it forward. As women, during that time, we were the ones most significantly impacted and oppressed by the male-dominated state and issues of repression. Right, in an article that Melissa writes, it's about a new agenda. She states that it was the initial unification and women's rights movement during negotiations of the Constitution that spurred other activism related to women's rights and social circumstances. Also, I thought it was really important for us to realize as South Africa that women and resistance in South Africa, it's a book that Cheryl wrote, she explains that in the 1990s, South African feminist movement was also propelled forward by the momentum of other noteworthy, and I liked this word because you may not think so now, but of other noteworthy women's rights movement in neighboring African countries, Zimbabwe being one and Mozambique being another. They did serve to inspire our movement. It is now our turn, Program Director, to inspire their movement in the plight that they are facing today. And the 3 other countries that you had mentioned earlier. So it is reciprocal. The work we do as women at a global, at a country, at SADC region is reciprocal and needs to be as such at all times. Some have argued, however, that feminism in South Africa was often associated with white middle-class women, which perhaps it was, and then for Black Africans, feminism may often be a highly charged position to take. I don't know why it's so charged. The definition was not complex. It has been seen as a colonial importation, of course, white and middle class. There are contemporary Black women feminists. Perhaps, let me just name but a few. Of course, amongst us here, we've got Professor Lulama, we've got Advocate Brenda Madumisa, but we also have Mayor Pumla Gola. We also had Sisonke Msimang. Yes, Wozukisa Wana, also Lebohang Peku, who I started with, and I added Gitumezi deliberately because this shows the generations of women who are feminist in their approach and in their thinking. Yeah. A recent graduate from Wits, and that's why I still categorize her as young. So this at least gives us 3 generations in of where we are. So regarding the issue of feminism and where we are, there's an agenda empowering women for gender equality. And it was about an introduction to South African feminism, race, and racism. And it looked at discussions of the possibility that even if anti-racism and non-sexism is made central to feminism, the idea of unity may be misplaced. I disagreed with that because we can be feminist and unify against a particular issue and go back to what we believe is more important depending on where we are and our demographics. I can imagine that women who are feminist in rural areas have a very different agenda from urban feminist women. And so in South Africa, the debate on feminism, therefore, had been primarily deployed to refer to race and racism, specifically the relations between black and white women, which involved gender activism. This debate first came public, because of course the struggle was at the forefront, but the debate itself on feminism became public when black feminists interrupted the proceedings of the Women and Gender in South Africa conference that took place in 1991 to note concerns about the dominance of white women's voices. And that's why I was saying, who are you here on behalf of? Right? And so when that conference took place, it was white women's voices. It was a landmark event, of course, in many respects. So soon after that conference, publications like Agenda made changes in their composition of the editorial collection because it's important what we write. On many occasions following these events, white women expressed their feelings of course, they're shocked. Like, ah. And then, of course, they were a bit hurt and defensive, rightfully so. It was their space, for the longest time. And black women voices, then of course, us, we're quite expressive. We also voice equally our anger, our hurt, and our pain, that these are women's issues. And this we did at the Natal Women and Gender Studies Network. That was just a year thereafter. And of course, the Africa Gender Institute colloquium, of course, in 1996. When we are relentless, we are relentless. It's just a matter of choosing to be. I believe I'm almost done, program director. Thank you. From this, of course, we emerged the rupture of the ideal notions of the times, which feminism was about, non-racialism, and the idea of a shared universal sisterhood. The debate struck the very center of a then dominant feminist understanding that men and women have fundamentally different experiences, and gender is the primary social category of analysis. The debate introduced not only race into feminism theory, but also other categories such as social relations, such as ethnicity, such as class, and sexual orientation. Now, in conclusion, yes, I'm almost done. So in conclusion, therefore, feminism in South Africa, as my computer does something it likes, feminism in South Africa has broadly been met with varying responses. Some support the effort and see the advancement of women as a parallel issue to the advancement and liberation of women from economic exclusion in the nation, while others outwardly reject feminism movement because it is perceived to threaten customary patriarchal practices and male authority in South Africa. Thank you.
I forgot about my role, right? Because this discussion is important. But I mean, what Nsiki has done is to make it very light, right? And very simple, because that's what I asked for. So that the young girls who walked in and the young women who walked in can relate to this discussion and debate, right? And bring it home to all of us, our lived experiences and our lived realities. So thank you, Nsiki, for tracing it in the manner that you did, right? And this information, because sometimes we tend to forget, right? In fact, not just forget, but also try to literally erase women from history. Because it suits us, because we are in a patriarchal environment that finds it very easy to discount the contribution of many other women activists, right? Whether it's in politics, whether it's in business, whether it's socially, whether it's in religion, we discount those voices. But this feminism has given us voices, and we need to continue to use the voice because our voices matter. Right? No one can tell us differently. We have seen the changes by being loud, right? Making others uncomfortable. And for us to see the change, you have to be uncomfortable, right? have to be uncomfortable. But Nsiki, let me start with my first question, and then I'll allow everyone else in the room and even those connecting virtually to do so, right? I can see you are indicating that there are some questions, right? Or comments, right? You touched on the plurality of feminism. And I want you to, I'll give you a minute to expand on that, right? And relate it to why black women feel uncomfortable being, one, seen to be feminist, or identifying with feminism in its entirety, and why we label black women as angry when they are feminist. They're angry, they're aggressive, they're men-hating. All that they're interested in is to ban bras and not wear bras, because that's what feminism is about. So I just want you to deal with those, because it's real. What I've seen on social media and the violence that is visited on black women who take issues on social media, especially Twitter, is that the violence that gets meted to them and being told that they are aggressive and angry and men-hating. Yeah, so let's start with that.
Thank you very much. I think that it is important for us to say that we are diverse. Maybe when we keep saying we're not a homogeneous group, we might lose some of that. Because we are diverse as a people and as women, it translates into how we are feminist. Okay. It reflects the multiple social and economic conditions of each of us. Right. So those of us who would speak on feminism from this platform, and I indicated earlier the rural areas, I mean, I might as well indicate Deep Street that's 10 kilometers from me. You know, those who speak there, because their social and economic conditions are different, they would want to believe we don't understand. Yeah. Because remember that the change, they are not necessarily feeling. Yeah. We, however, may very well, and I'm certain that we have felt the change that has come and benefited from what feminists of the era of Charlotte Maxeke brought about. But for them, it's at loggerheads, yeah, because their conditions are different. And of course, feminism should therefore be conjugated in the plural. Because indeed, feminism has always been made up of multiple currents, theories, ideas, and sometimes arguments. Often these arguments amongst feminists are opposing. But it's not opposing, meaning we are not agreeing broadly on the idea and definition of feminism, but our views and our ideas are opposing.
And possibly even the intervention,
yes, yeah, I like that,
might be different.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Can I open it up to the floor? And any questions? Cindy, I'm not going to have you. I know Wabua when.
I'm happy. Very happy.
Oh, I know. I saw your smile. Are there questions from the virtual? Okay. Oh, sorry. I've been used to seeing so many people this side, right? Yeah. No, I like that balance.
Good morning, and it's almost afternoon, and apologies, but I'm glad I'm here. Introduce myself now? Yes, that part. Okay. My name is Juliet Miabo. I wear a few hats, but the main hat here is that I'm the head of the Soweto CSI Council, and I also am a founder of an organization called Gemma Skaters Youth Development Program. So I have a whole lot of young people behind me. Even now, if you want me to call them, they can fill up the space. Yeah. You see. But in any case, yes, hi, sis. So the question, it's actually more of a statement. It is a question, as in, one of the issues with feminism, particularly, or the word feminism within the Black community, what I pick up, as you've indicated, Leader Nsidi, is that the historic part of it, the association with Europe and how it started. But a lot of work has been done in terms of women embracing the term womanism, because womanism, if you link it to a lot of the work that has been done, is linked to identifying the superiority of a woman from a natural perspective. We're not talking socioeconomic and positioning and systematic that men have done. And then the question is, without moving away from feminism, what would be wrong with actually promoting, because I know in my own space, I tend to promote womanism in order to embrace and get women to see themselves from, firstly, their own personal strength and build on that, versus them in juxtaposed to men. Obviously, we do have to deal with issues of equality. So what would be wrong with that? You know, because I find that that's not always welcomed in a space where people have fully embraced feminism. It's as if you're bringing in a divide. But we nice to hear from the room.
All right, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think that, of course, we'll go back to the issue of definition, and you'd have to then define womanism. But as it is said, to me, immediately, the LGBTQI plus sector is excluded. Whereas when we were looking at the human mobility that Lebogang puts forward as part of the definition of feminism, it resonated more with me, even if I could associate with womanism. So our discourse in South Africa has always been about being excluded, how do we ensure we transform and we ensure inclusion. So there wouldn't be anything wrong, but there would be a leaving behind of sectors.
And that was going to be my response. And we can engage, because I think nothing wrong being womanist in your approach, but recognizing that can be limiting once you want to achieve certain things, right? But then you can find space in the feminist discourse and join the feminist movement to advance what we want to achieve. So we can coexist, right? With our differences and our diversity, and that's what we want to come up with out of these sessions this afternoon. How do we ensure this coexistence in our diversity with different understandings, different views, different ideals, everything, right? Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, please introduce yourself.
Sanbonani.
Sawubona.
Ngegama nginguThembisile.
Yebo Thembisile.
I'm with these young ladies over here.
Hi, young ladies.
I'm from UNISA, but I am a founder of my own organization, which deals with gender-based violence and ensuring that they get justice in court, whatever. So I think I love what you said about communal, about us as Africans being communal, and I think the feminist movement has outcasted us out of that communal setting, and I think that's one of the biggest problems that we came in with. And I think it's that misunderstanding of feminism that we have in our communities, that we have in our homes, because you'll speak of the LGBTIQ plus community, and you'll speak about integrating that within our community, integrating that within the home. You know, and that person, angeke umntwana makathi endlini, they identify as a lesbian, umsusa endlini. You have to ensure that the parents understand, because that person is going back to that same home. You know, those parents are still going to become that parent. So what I've found, okay, so I've been busy with different types of organizations, and you know what, the serious challenges, you know, that women still face in SADC. You know, we speak about Kenya, Uganda, where there's still child marriages, you know, where there's still female mutilations and all of that. We look at those challenges, and what we do, what I am part of rather, you know, is to bring in the traditional leadership, bringing the kings, bringing, you know, the leaders within the society to ensure that, number one, they understand. Because when I come to you attacking you, you won't understand. You're going to be defensive. You know, and if I do come to you with a European concept of feminism, you know, instead of me coming to you and to say, listen, we had our queens back then. You know, black women were empowered. This did come, yes, it changed, you know, with colonialism. That changed, you know. So as a king or as a traditional leader, your duty is to go back and instill these visions. It's to go back and form these cohort of leaders. I'm from the Zulu nation. So what we do is there's men that are meeting. And in those meetings, they are told how to be men. You know, they are told how to advance women's struggles. You know, they are told, but because not everyone is attending, and because we are also not in those spaces, you know, so how do we then make sure that in advancing feminism, in advancing women's struggles, in all societal spaces, emakaya, you know, right here, politics, economy, everywhere, you know, in advancing, we come with a concept that is not attacking, because that has been one of our downfalls. You know, yes, we are bold, we're black people. We're bold, we're powerful, we're vibrant, you know, and sometimes, but how do we then get into these spaces to make sure that the people understand that we are not here to attack, but we're here to ensure that everyone here, because my development, my progress, my empowerment is to your beneficial as well.
I've got a lot to say after what you said, right? But I'm going to respectfully request that Ntsiki responds, right? And then I will follow up.
All right. Remember, I think as we were discussing, we made it clear that as women, we have not engaged for ourselves. It has been for the family and the community. We are a matriarchal society. Yes, colonialism came through and said men lead, and so we had traditional leaders who understood the role of women, the important role of women. So it's important that it would seem simple that feminist attraction to a communitarianism kind of approach should have been easily understood, but I can equally understand how it can be rejected because of what has transpired in between. But it's having rejected the self-interest, autonomous individualism of liberalism as both mythical and undesirable, feminism begins to bring us to that communal place, right? And it's important that feminists find that a more social view of the self and a more collective, interdependent and cooperative model of social relations has an obvious and reasonable appeal. Yeah. That's what it does. This is where it's the bias one spoke about earlier, that when you say feminism, you might as well be saying women. And then all the biases come. The cultural, the religious, you know, the ethnic, it even goes deeper in terms of when you say you're from the Zulu culture, then Batswana le bone ba tla ba le ya bone, ke jwalo fela, and so we go deeper and deeper into divisions rather than the collective that actually binds us as women and in the movement and going forward. But also, you know, the rejection of it would be understandable only because of misogyny, really. Exactly. The history of communitarian theorizing about what the principles and who the members of the community are or should be, we're very clear about that. We're not confused about that. You know, so it would be rejected there. But I think we do fully agree with you that buy-in is necessary across the board at all levels. traditional leaders, traditional healers, as well as the clergy of various persuasions and society as a whole. Young men in particular, because they grow up to being part of what the males have been doing in those cultures. Thanks.
So let me. No. I was a bit disturbed with what's happening here, but that's fine. I think they. Okay, all right. You see, now when you're a program director, you are pulled all sorts of direction, but that's fine. We'll attend to it. There has to be. So let me ask you the question: when a child is born, being a black child, what's the first thing that we recognize when they are born as a black child? We don't say. So let me know the answer.
Yeah.
What do we say when a black child is born? Right? A girl or boy, and there's an obsession in our culture, tradition, that only boys carry the family name. Right? So just starting with that, there's an exclusion. Right? So feminism is about recognizing that you need to include this gender that you have taken upon yourself to take away their humanity. Because that's what we do with women. They are the other, right? They exist in relation to a man. So they cannot have their own identity. So that's where we need to start, right? But as you engage with the traditional leaders, remember that practice has given them privileges, right? They find themselves in a constitutional democracy that has got a Bill of Rights that says you cannot discriminate on the basis of gender, race, class, age, sexual orientation, and religion. Right? So if you are true to yourself as a traditional leader, and you find yourself in a bind because your custom, your tradition tells you that a woman must sit at the corner there. But I want to raise a voice because my child was raped yesterday. And I want to come to the village and say, this is what has happened to my child, and I'm told that I cannot say it. We need to keep it quiet. That's a problem. And that's what we're asking for, that before anything else, you as a king, a chief, or whatever, understand that as a chief who has been given powers to rule over your subjects, like we are called subjects, right? Now these subjects do have rights. Those rights are all outlined in a constitution that must be respected. If they do clash with the customs and practices, and we have had constitutional law or constitutional court cases that have dealt with that, and paramount put rights of individuals uppermost, right? So as you engage, and I agree with you fully that you don't have to attack, is to show others, and if you want to engage and to change the thinking of others, is to engage on a platform of respect. But I don't do civility, because you see, civility has actually made us to be where we are today, because we need to be civil all the time when we engage, right? And that civility is then abused, right? And it's used to deny you your existence. When I decide, the day I decide as a king or chief that I can hear you, you can come through the doors, it's my determination, it's my decision. So We need to find each other, but it's how we find each other in recognizing that I am a human being. So maybe we don't start with the word feminism as we engage with chiefs, and we start with, I'm a human being. I might have a vagina, but I'm a human being. And as a human being, I have the right to exist, and I have the right to be heard. That's all. That you cannot say my voice does not matter because I'm a woman. You can't say my voice does not matter because I'm lesbian. You can't say my voice does not matter because I'm a transgender woman. You can't say my voice does not matter because I am 14 years old. You only talk to adults. You can't say my voice does not matter because I'm Catholic. So you hear that? So we're on. Yeah. We're on. All right. I think we're going to take a break for 5 minutes. Or you have to go first, right? No. We can take 5 minutes break. I just want you to stretch your legs, and so that we get ready for the next panel, because we are actually getting into the next panel. So let me be clear on the time, so that. What's the time, Ntsiki?
It's 11:28.
So 11:40 you are back, right? 11:40, right? We are back. When we come back is that panel from China, Lerato Nsekeng, Cindy, and who else? There are 4 of them. Okay? Get ready. Kubi Rama, 11:40. But this is for me to say thank you. Sterling job. Well done. So, as you engage with your current position being the head of the South African Police Service in Gauteng, I expect you to be true to all of this. And I know that you will be. Thank you very much. Thank you. A break for 10 minutes.
9. Okay, okay. And then we have Kubi Rama, the Executive Director of Gender Links. She's online. I received a lot of emails from this Gender Links, which will be responding to how do we defend civic spaces and barriers to feminist action, organizing and mobilization in all its diversity. An interesting thing to discuss. And then we have Lorato Nteke. Hello, Lirata, how are you? And then it will be on do men count in feminist speak, a man's perspective in promoting and expanding feminist gender transformative and inclusive laws and policies. And then we have Fundinte. Oh, visual, okay. She will be responding on beyond taking up space and a seat on the table. What next? In increasing the meaningful participation and leadership and decision-making power of girls and women and feminist leaders. And we have Gina Bishop. Next to you. Hello, Gina. Gina will be responding to that question. Nothing about us without us. Is this the turning point to eliminate harmful norms, stereotypes, and practices that reinforce inequality within structures and among individuals and stigmatize others? And then we have Brightness Mangoloti. Visual. Okay, she will be responding to unmuting feminist leadership in the academic landscape. And then we have Cindy Mzamo Chabalala. Visual. Okay. Okay. So where will she be sitting? Okay. And then profit of doing good, a business case for business to come to the party in financing FML Action Coalition. I think all of them, they are here, some are on visual space. We're still going to unpack a lot of this feminist, and which I think will gain more people to be part of this. I'm also receiving some questions from the rural area that's starting to ask in my WhatsApp. So it means really most of the people, it's just that we don't know how many are out there, but there are people out there. So, so the first one will be. We're starting with. Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lama, and everybody that's here today. There was a question raised, who are you here for? Yeah. And my answer is, I'm here for the women, youth, and people living with disabilities. When we speak about disabilities, everybody looks at disabilities from a physical aspect. But at the end of the day, there is a point where the mental aspect falls in. And that mental aspect affects the youth, women, males, even down to the kids. I just, a few minutes ago, sorry, is it Brenda Sisulu? Ntsiki. Sorry, Ntsiki came to the coffee table and said, you know, I've just got all this anxiety, I've got all this happening to me. Can you imagine what a woman has to go through each and every day? You're a mother, you're a wife, and you still have to make sure that the economy and the community is together. You find your child fighting with somebody on the next side. You are part of that because you are part of the community, and you now have to deal with that. And all these things come back down to, what is our mental health like? How are we dealing with our mental health? It's an everyday effort. People speak about depression. Do you understand what depression is? Those are the kind of things we need to talk about. We need to stop stigmatizing mental health as something that's put to the back burner, because people are suffering out there. So that's a mental disability, disabling challenge that people need to go through. Yes, I can go on about physical disabilities and the discrimination around people living with disabilities. But one thing you must remember, women and girls with disabilities suffer double discrimination with gender-based violence, sexual abuse, and exploitation. And all these things need to be taken into account. Okay. So now, just going back to our mental health situation. Having to put together policies and procedures, how much effort is that? What are we doing out there first to protect our mental health in order to allow us to make sound, very reasonable suggestions out there? For us to go out there and come up with solutions to our problems, we've got to be mentally stable. Which is something we don't take into consideration. We speak about gender-based violence. And one thing that really got to me, just this past Women's Month, we went on about gender violence, and I spoke to a few ladies, and I said to them, do you know what a narcissistic relationship is? I don't see anyone shaking their heads, as in yes, no. I do. Exactly. Okay. And that is what our women in society are going through. They don't understand the signs of how you've been broken down in pieces every other day. Our women come from home. Most of the women, well, quite a few of the women earn basically a good salary and are now the so-called breadwinners. But once you walk into that house, your whole way of thinking needs to change. And those are the things that come back to us saying, what are we as women? How strong are we as women? What is the definition of strength? 90% of males commit suicide due to depression. And the 10% of the women just probably also just gave up. But the 70% of the women that go through it are still managing with the so-called strength that we're supposed to have. When you think of killing yourself, the first thing you think of, I've got children. Who's going to look after my children? I've got commitments to look through. Who's going to address those kind of things? We have to be mentally and physically strong. We cannot just give up. For us, I believe that giving up is the last resort. That's why we're here. So for now, I'll just give back because I am actually running away, and there was not much that I put on the table for the agenda today because I had to leave very early. But is there anyone that probably wants to ask me a question in the meantime?
I also want to ask you a question.
Please do.
I'm just next to you. I'm just next to you. I just want you to ask a question. I understand when you talk about the strength of women. I know because I'm a woman. I started by being a girl. I started to menstruate. After menstruation, it's menopause. All those things. I'm still suffering even today. So it means I'm very strong. And then I also want to ask you, what do you think the religious people are contributing towards our suffering, if I can put it in that way? Do you think there's something that they are contributing towards that? And in the same religious institution, most of the people which are found there are women, you know? And they are the one, even though they are not at the front, but they are the one who are contributing economically. And they are the one who are, sometimes you find them being advisors of the person who is the leader there. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Touching on religion, it's a very touchy subject. It's just like touching on politics. so, so okay. You know, sitting and looking at the way women in the religious group. Remember, women in religion are looking for hope. They're looking for change, and that's what they go for. But if you see the leaders, the pastors or the preachers, the male-dominated ones, are there for the financial gain. But they know how vulnerable women are when it comes to their hearts and what they want to see. So that they can sit back and manipulate the situation. But we will always go back to the fact that our women that want to make that change are standing there besides whatever is happening. Like, how can I put it? Sorry. No, I just wanted to say that women in particular are strong. So today my day is a bit upside down. Is there anyone else that wants to ask?
Is there any question from the online?
Okay, can I just ask a quick question?
Yes, we can.
Follow up on that one, and I think that was very powerful. I think anchors, mostly people have religion, have something to anchor themselves to the daily struggles, you know, to anchor themselves or to, you know, revive their spirits, to revive their soul, you know, and that's why belief is important, whether it's belief in Christianity, Muslim, you know, belief in itself is something that people can shy away, you know, from what is happening and, you know, look for hope. And do you think it's wise, you know, that in the spaces that, as you mentioned, you know, can be very, can expose women to more abuse, you know, or can prejudice women? You know, is it wise to have these spaces as anchors, and as women or as feminist movements, is it not maybe wise that we should also be in the spaces to ensure that women in the spaces, you know, or the women in those spaces themselves empower themselves, you know, have feminist movements within these structures, because this is where most of the community is, you know, and mentally belief, hope is very strong with regards to, you know.
I believe in, when it comes to these spaces, these are the opportunities for us to go out there and speak and allow the women to speak for themselves, create awareness around things that they cannot speak about. And, sorry, I'm just done over. That's fine. Okay, just a platform for people to get that message into those little spaces. If you go into those churches and look at the amount of women that are being abused, the amount of women that are being exploited, it's all in those very areas where they're looking for hope. And what does somebody else do? Take the hope and use it as part of, to their advantage. And if we have to be very honest, we've got to be very vocal about a lot of things. Because if we like say, leave it on the back burner. We're going to have challenges, as we call it. Our youth, just talking about our youth as a whole, because I run an organization called Access for All SA, and we look at youth, women, and people with disabilities. The only difference when we put the disability is that the disabled people are just differently abled. But we all in one aspect and one circle. Okay.
Okay. And then before you, there was a hand here. Are you still with us? No, I'm fine, thank you. Okay. And then, let's say from.
I'll be quick because the lady said she's pressed for time, yes. I'll be quick. We did I think, was it last month? September was the suicide awareness, there was a suicide awareness day. We did a campaign there. We need to emphasize, or what we did in our campaign, we emphasized the issue of prevention. And I was on media on a lot of radio stations talking about this, because when you talk about suicide, you talk about people who've passed on. And I'm one of those people who's lost a younger brother to suicide. And I find that I can't talk about him, I can't talk on his behalf, but I can talk about the role that everyone played or could have played to prevent suicide or his suicide. So when you talk about mental health, obviously suicide is it's the extreme, but everything else before that is preventable. And the point I always say, and I'm even saying it here, is that you are responsible for the decision that the person makes, whether they take their life or not, what directly or indirectly, but whether that's being changed. So so in terms of mental health, society needs to look at the role that they play. When I'm stressed about my children or my son or anybody else or whatever it is, it's all about what pressure has been put on me by society, and we are all society. So as women, we need to address those direct and indirect roles we play in people's lives that cause or that lead them to mental health. No one is born with a mental health illness. And then the last part I wanted to raise was the issue of the faith-based sector. Faith, belief, religion is important, yet that's a space that we need to get into. I'm quite active in my church, and I'm quite vocal, but there are certain spaces I don't get into because I will then have to challenge. People confuse challenging the person, because one of the issues that I have with one of our leaders, that he made a statement and said, no, we can't say we said men are trash. And I said, unfortunately, they are. I'm not going to talk about the ones who are not. I'm not talking about you or two or three. Even you, I don't know. But in terms of what is happening, men are trash. It was a whole thing that I raised in church, and I couldn't care. My other pastors were supportive. I couldn't care because faith is about me and God, not me and them. So we need to get into those spaces as women and challenge things like those. When Somizi walked out of our church, I was sitting in a different branch. I wanted to get up, and I was in Linden, he was in Soweto. It's funny, when he walked out of there, I wanted to walk out so that my child was in children's church. I'm like, ish, because I thought there is no way I'm going to sit through this. But now what happens is there was a press statement, but those are things that we need to take up as women, as feminists, as womenists. There's no space that is sacred. Yes. Yeah, so I'm saying, Uguti, let's not limit ourselves. The state might be scared of the church. We shouldn't be, because that is where we are as women, and that is where we form and inform our children. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, great.
And then there's another one at the back.
Thank you very much. So my name is Shatadi Pashoko. I am the Secretary General of UNISA SRC. And I just wanted to firstly speak on the religious theory. And I know it's intergenerational setting, and my views may be a bit, but I think we must sometimes speak some of these uncomfortable realities, right? So if you look at religion, for example, it can be oppressive on its own. I mean, the text of religion are saying that women must submit to men. They're saying that women must not preach to men. And that in itself is blocking leadership of women. It is saying that you can only be a leader amongst men, but you can't be, amongst women, but you can't be a leader in society where you have men and women. And also, you don't even have the representation of femininity in a good light in the Bible. Jesus has a mother who is not embraced. You know, you understand? So like when we look at religion, you see a representation of women in a very problematic way. You don't see it in a very powerful way. And when you go to Africa, for example, Tembi and other speakers who spoke, they spoke about how in Africa, women have always been seen as leaders. And it's not what we are forming up, but it has always been like that. On my 23rd birthday, I went to the Credo Mutua cultural village. And what you see there is how the woman is literally holding on the family. You know, the man is there, the children are there, but there's men, there's women who are representing the family. You go to in Limpopo, Queen Mojaji was ruling an entire nation of Balubedu people. But when you go to the Bible, you don't see that. You don't see female leadership being represented. So I just wanted to air my views on that. But my question to you is just, I'm a leader, as I said, in a space where I'm the first female Secretary General. You know that the president and the SG positions are always reserved for men, right? And when I got there, I have leaders who are females in the same space who have problematic views about me. They think that, you know, you're arrogant. But when you look at how my leadership style is, it's actually below the men. So men can actually speak a certain way. Men can raise their voice. Men can be emotional. And no one is going to say that, but you're arrogant or you're emotional or anything. But when it's me, it's always a problem. So my question is, how do we then, because this is a barrier to feminism, right? Because now you're being hated by women who you're supposed to be advocating for certain things with. How do you then break that barrier? How do you then ensure that you work with men? Because what this does is that it pushes you to work with some certain men in the space who are not hating on you, who are not, and also what men do is that they can fight you through other women. And now they can mobilize women against you. And now it's tricky as a feminist myself, as someone who believes in feminism theory, to actually fight back sometimes, because you, in the community, you're going to be seen as someone who hates women or as someone who is fighting women, and yet you are claiming that you're a feminist. So how do we then actively and effectively break those feminism barriers? Thank you.
Can I
say something? Yes, sure. The answers do not lie with her. Anybody in the house who can contribute to the debate, because we tend to channel questions to the presenter. You know, I know we've got incredible insights here, right here, okay? Yeah. So let's open the debate, because that's part of what we are here for. Community engagement, it means you, me, and oopsie, am I that loud? Yeah. You see, it means each one of us has a voice. Yes, so the answers do not lie with one person.
No, true.
Yes. Thank you.
And Prof, I've just taken, you have observed, you've recognized me, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Because we want to to design strategies and interventions after these sessions, what she's raising is something that we need to grapple with as a collective this afternoon, on how we're going to respond as this coalition, right? But let me go back to you talking about mental health, disability, and all of that, and just stay on mental well-being, and ask you if our responses as leaders in our respective fields, whether in corporate South Africa, whether in government, whether in civil society organizations, whether we have responded or we respond adequately in addressing mental health, right? That's the one question, because she rightly said, as a woman, and those who lead and own the spaces that we find ourselves in have never understood this body, right? So they make decisions on our behalf without understanding what we go through. That I might walk into a meeting and at that time I am having hot flashes. And sometimes hot flashes lead you to be irrational or even just want to lash out, right? And you do that in a meeting, and that's when you're labeled an angry woman, right? And that stops you from advancing in an organization because you are seen to be problematic, right? So so we tend to think that, or we want to believe that those seized with the responsibility of leading understand what we go through. But practice and experience have told us that's not the case. So how do we ensure that our existence as women is not accommodated, but is accepted and is seen for what it is, and decisions that are made takes that into consideration?
I will start with you, and then anyone who wants to respond to that before I respond.
Okay. Do you want us to respond? I'll follow up. Okay. Talking about leadership, society, and how it's handling women, in quote, and taking into consideration what they go through. There is still a huge gap of change of perception. One, in us as women towards each other, and two, because if we go fighting, you and myself as women go fighting, already the men have the upper hand. I've worked in spaces where women are the leaders, but they're the biggest cat fighters you can find within that space. And I believe awareness and more change of how we present things. We need to use our platforms, our social media platforms, if we can, to get out there and send messages about. For now, we have a huge gap. And it's not just an empty gap. There are partitions in this gap. And those partitions need to be filled with change. And for us to get to that point, we've got to look at all these kind of questions, all these kind of happenings around, and put them in the right slots and deal with them according to. Only then will we stand back and say, we see change. I don't know if I could love and leave everybody at this very moment. I can see my son. Okay.
Thank you.
But if there's any questions or if anybody ever needs anything, Professor Lulamo's got my details, and I'm sure I'll get more feedback of how the session went via our electronic means.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So even in your absence, we'll finish up, isn't it? You have been given permission to do so.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Mandi Zambegeni. I'm online. I actually wanted to respond to this point, if I may.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, there are two things that we need to do as people. The first one for me is an inspiration by a saying in Alice Walker's book. In fact, it's the title that says, "We are the ones we have been waiting for." I think it becomes very important that we don't look externally for solutions. We have the solutions amongst ourselves. We need to purposefully network so that we know each other. We need to purposefully network in a manner that assists us to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses and hold hands. We need to seriously consider mentorships. And there are a lot of women in this session that I didn't know a year ago. and they have become my mentors. They don't know it. I haven't told them, but they are, because when I have questions, when I'm stuck, I know who to call, I know who can help me, and invariably I'm assisted. So to the lady that spoke, I have been a secretary general, so to speak, of an organization myself, and I'm offering myself to mentor you, and I say that knowing that when you mentor, the mentee half the time mentors the mentor, so-called. And I don't want us to be too fixated in these titles, because it's a two-way street. And I think with the resources I have, the knowledge I have, and the women I know in this room, who I hope by the end of the session you will know, you have support. And we need to remember we are the ones we've been waiting for. Thank you.
So I would like to thank Gina Bishop in her absentia. And then now we will be listening to Lorato. What? Oh, where is it? Okay. Yeah, Kubirama. For now, it's Kubirama. Or is this one? Oh, Kubirama. Yes, we'll be listening to Kubirama now, who will be presenting Beyond Numbers. How do we defend civic spaces and barriers to feminist action, organizing, and mobilization in all its diversity? Kubirama, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you're seeing my screen and can all hear me, because I've lost my screen, but that's okay. So I think we've heard a lot around theory, and I've been listening and around how things are history and about some of the challenges we face. So at Genderlinks, we are unapologetically a feminist organization, and I'll come back to that as I do my recommendations and conclusions. But we believe that the way we work is to start with evidence. You know, the theory is absolutely critical. Once you come to terms with that theory, you need to move to a point where you gather evidence. When you gather evidence, it's very hard to argue with evidence, because it is giving you an accurate picture of where you are. And it becomes fairly unjustifiable. So, and given where we are today with an election in 2 days, Monday, it's very important to look at, for example, I've recently learned a term called pre-mortem, which means look at where you're coming from as you move forward to try and see if you can correct some of what occurred previously. So we do comprehensive audits of all elections, pre, during, and post. So this is just looking at what we saw in the trends in the 2019 national election, which we will see playing out, I think, in a more intensified way in Monday's election. So just very quickly, we obviously then reached a point in our last election where we had a very high proportion of women, 46%, but that's pretty much where it stopped there, and women in provincial legislatures, 46% as well. But then you look at the proportion of women in the National Council of Provinces, that's 36%. So there's a 10 percentage point difference. So there's something we need to look at. Cabinet, similarly, at that time, we're at 50. Obviously, things have changed. But then, where things started to fall apart a bit was that there was a commitment that at provincial level, we will aim to have quite high proportions of women and premiers, etc. And that did not occur. It was only 22%. Now, two other things that were very important. We have consistently, even now, had more than 50% women voters. In fact, we sit at about 55. And clearly, political parties and others haven't quite come to terms with the fact that actually the female electorate in this country could potentially be their biggest source of support if they actually responded to our needs. But that hasn't really been a part of the rhetoric or even campaigning, etc. The other extremely disappointing thing in the 2019 election, given what a high proportion of women we have in parliament, even before that election, only 20% of news sources during that election were actually women. Women's performance over, different parties' performance, etc. As you saw, one of the things that is going to play out, I think, in quite a dramatic way in the local government elections, which is what happened in the last election as well, the ANC lost support in the election, and therefore the proportion of women went down because it has a voluntary quota. The DA went down. They don't have a quota. And then, interestingly enough, the EFF went up to, they went up to 44% women, quite close to the ANC's 46, and 4.4%, 4.46. I won't go through the rest. I will send an update copy of this presentation, Prof. Nurama, when we're done. But yes, so I think part of the problem we're going to face is as the ANC, and in my view, it's quite possible come Monday they're going to lose support at local level, given all the various things we're facing, particularly load shedding in the last few weeks. We're probably going to see a high proportion of people choosing not to vote, etc., which is highly problematic. But in the context, it's very probable that will happen. Then we're going to see the proportion of women actually go down even further at local level because the party that holds the majority of women is going to lose support. Deputy ministers and ministers, we were 50-50, 46-54. Not too bad, that has changed. Now, this is where it was most disappointing. The ANC, as you know, made a commitment at during the last national election that at provincial level, they will try and reach 60% female representation. That did not occur, except in Mpumalanga. Every other province, they did not reach the target. So it does beg the question, these commitments, how do we hold the party accountable or the ruling party accountable for the commitments they make? Because these numbers have to mean something. They have to mean something for the movement. We have to find ways of holding them accountable to the pronouncement, to the rhetoric. Because it's not good enough to do the rhetoric during elections and then not live up to it. And at the time, I think the Commission of Gender Equality made quite a strong statement about the fact that, it was a step in the wrong direction, that we really need to live up to these commitments that we make. As I mentioned, now, it's interesting to me that there are several young women in the room and who are listening in. So at the time, and I doubt this would have changed too much, it would have gone up proportionally, but I don't think it would be too many more. We had 35,900,000 eligible voters. We had 26,736,648 registered voters. That's 74%. The 9 million that actually did not register to vote, here's where it gets very scary. 6 million of those were young people. We're in the first group of, I think it's 18 to 24. Now that's telling us something very important, that young people are not seeing their role. They're not seeing what's in it for them for elections. And hearing the young one from UNISA speak, I can only imagine how difficult that is when you're in that kind of position. So are we actually targeting our campaigns, targeting what we're doing correctly? Service provision. So young people are apathetic. They don't believe there's anything for them in politics. So again, this is about using the evidence as a campaign tool. Now, we did a very rudimentary, this is not totally scientific or anything. We came up with a set of 6 criteria. We then gave it a score and we said, out of that score, just looking at manifestos, how promising are the manifestos? And interestingly enough, at the level of rhetoric, and remember, this is not reality, the EFF scored very high in terms of what they said in their manifesto, but you can also see they scored 0 on practice and policy, because at the same time they were being incredibly misogynistic during the election. But the DA similarly, in terms of how they articulated issues in their manifestos, one of the areas where the ANC did not do very well was diversity in their manifesto, whereas the EFF and the DA actually had very strong provisions. Let's just be clear, none of this has anything to do with reality. This is what parties tell us before elections to convince us to vote for them. But absolutely critical is to note, not a single party scored above 50%. So the rhetoric and reality in our case is really not matching. You know, what we say and what we're doing is not in any way correlating. Local government, we saw that in 2016, the proportion of women was 41%. The ANC is sort of stood steady at around 45, 44, 46. The highest proportion of women in the last local government election came from the EFF. I'd be very interested to do this analysis after Monday. But now here's a very interesting point. I went onto the IEC's website to try and get the candidates list to do a gender analysis. I know that the IEC collects whether or not, you know, the sex of candidates, but the list that they publish does not have that information. Yeah. So you start with a very basic thing. Any information coming out from the IEC must be sex and gender disaggregated. Because, you know, who's got the time, especially with local government, to sit with all the party lists and figure out who's a man or a woman, apart from the fact, and, you know, any other gender non-conforming person, who's got the time to go there and do that and guess, and you could make mistakes. So at the very first thing, one of the things we should call for across the board is gender disaggregated data, and that's particularly important now around COVID-19 vaccines, because we want to know how many women have been vaccinated and where are they located? Because my guess would be that rural women are probably not very high on that list of statistics. This information exists. We need to have access to it, and it needs to be published that way. So as you can see, the list again, as I mentioned, EFF, and it's sad because in my view, the EFF is not the most credible of leaders, but to think that they have a higher level of women's representation than anyone else, it's actually a bit scary to me as a citizen. So I'm rushing a little bit in the interests of time. So some of the things we have to consider in our last session around strategy. Clearly, the whole question of gender parity cannot be left to voluntary party quotas. We're never going to get there. I mean, when I've spoken to the DA, their standard response is they don't think it's necessary. But it's absolutely necessary. To be honest, even the ANC has sort of plateaued because there's, you know, we seem to get elusively close to that 50%, but it feels like we're never going to get there. You know, never, and to be fair, the ANC is supposed to have a zebra list, 50% women, 50% men, and it's supposed to be man, woman, or woman, man, but the top 4 candidates in the ANC's list were men. The 5th candidate was a woman. So, you know, it's always going to be a question of, you know, goodwill, and we can't rely on that anymore. We need a legislative quota, and I think we live in a country where that's possible and something we need to fight towards. You know, it's not only about the numbers are very important. However, one of the things we've seen in COVID and, you know, all the kinds of service delivery issues we have, we need gender responsive governance. The one thing we can say is that we've become very serious about gender-based violence around linked to COVID. Our challenge is going to be to sustain those initiatives beyond COVID. Because if we could if we could gather that amount of resources, if we could push the political will around the GBV agenda during COVID, we now need to sustain it because it means we can. What worries me is that ultimately we have to give voters something to vote for. And if the ANC as the party in power and the DA as the official opposition don't actually give us something to vote for, we're going to see the shift, the further shifts towards radicalism and conservatism, because the other party that did relatively well in our election was the Freedom Front Plus, and of course there was the EFF. So there'll be these sort of outliers that people start to think, okay, maybe we'll do better with them. Because the traditional leadership within the ANC said it's not working for us. And we can't, somebody was saying we shouldn't talk about politics and religion. My belief is you have to talk about everything and do it, you must not be afraid to talk about it. If your party is not working for you, you need to tell them why. And let's be clear, the ruling party, in my view, is not working for women. We have to move beyond the numbers.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, I've got one more slide and I'll be done. Obviously, the media, as the most important, one of the most important public spaces, have to be held accountable, and we have to put to them that you need to be fair. You need to start, we have women who can speak. So stop making the excuse that there are no women here to speak. Now, the last slide is a very simple one about, what we want to ask for. Spoken about the quota, I've spoken about the media. Clearly, one of the things, this platform is very important because it's about feedback. What are the gender gaps? What are we wanting? Here's what we want, we're putting it to you. I think the other big issue is we confining the gender agenda to GBV. And actually gender equality and women's rights are a lot broader. And we, it's almost like we get so happy that there's a focus on GBV, it has to be broadened. And, obviously with gender-based violence as well, the focus has to include a very strong prevention agenda. Diversity, LGBTI communities have to be part of that. Two last, I think, most important points. We have to start debunking myths such as pull her down syndrome. Yeah. We need to stop giving that credibility. Because everybody pulls women down, women and men. It's not just women only. We live in a context where that is our reality. We need, it must not become an important consideration. This whole thing of feminism came from Europe. Feminism is a belief system. We're working towards, yes, we can go back into the history and it's very important. But however, what is more important is how we move forward. And that leads to my last point. We absolutely have to look at how we build agency within the feminist movement. And that's about voice. That's about strategic interventions and about moving from using evidence to move the agenda forward and to move forward unapologetically. We're not asking for anything that is not our right. It is our right. We're not asking for a concession. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any question from the floor or from the visual space?
Can I suggest that we take questions after all the presentations?
Okay, are you for that? That we do that after every all the presentation? Okay, thank you. So now it means Lorato is here, be the one who will be making presentation. You can please write down what you want to ask so that you don't forget.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I was a little bit worried when I was dressing up this morning because I was wondering, generally women body khata when they go out, right? So I was not sure, do I do my t-shirt and jean because it's a Saturday or do I dress up? And here am I feeling a little bit overdressed, looking at how Prof and Sis Brenda is looking. Anyway, by way of introduction, I am a husband to a beautiful wife, Buitumelo, exceptionally intelligent, one of the most focused human beings I know. She's a childhood sweetheart. By the time she was in Standard 8, she knew that she wanted to be a clinical psychologist, and she's been with the public service for 15 years this year as a clinical psychologist, right? The many things that she had set out for herself that she wanted to achieve, she's been able to accomplish. And the next big thing is now her PhD, which we are all working to support her to achieve. I'm also a father of 3, 19-year-old boy who's writing matric this year. All the best to him and all the class of 2021. And 2 girls, 15-year-old Rabetsuneo, she's a 97% student. And Watlechile Tatoyaone, who is 7, she's in grade 1. I start here deliberately, and I have the topic is, do men count in feminist speak? A men's perspective in promoting and expanding feminism, gender transformation, and inclusive law and policies. I decided to start here with a subtopic, and my subtopic is mindsets, attitudes, and language, right? And to what you asked Sis Brenda to say, without dumbing down the presentations, we need to be realistic and we need to be real so that we resonate. And I've decided to use anecdotes to then try and have the conversation to resonate. The first anecdote is that, so I grew up in the Anglican church. I'm an altar boy. I then become part of the problematic system, right? As an altar boy, I become a head server who then enforces certain rules that literally oppresses young women and girls. Women could not wear pants when they go to the altar, right? And as a head server, I would literally penalize girls who would have come wearing jeans or tekkies, right? Fast forward that to now I'm married with Buitumelo. We are 2 years into our marriage. And we then decided to switch churches. We move from Anglican, we go to a charismatic church. And generally women wear as they wish in charismatic churches. Buitumelo starts wearing pants. Guess what Lorado does? I stop going to church because I can't go to church with a woman who's wearing pants. So I'm demonstrating that here I am as a young person, I'm socialized in a certain way, and then in my own marriage, I then enforce something that I've been socialized within. Very, very problematic, right? So that's the first anecdote. Interestingly, the very same Lorado, around the same time, Buitumelo is now, and remember I indicated that she had long ago knew that she wanted to be a clinical psychologist. And for you to be a clinical psychologist, you need to have 3 degrees. Your junior degree, your honors, and your masters. So the pathway was very clear, right? I then studied in the Air Force. My salary was my first salary was 1,700 rands, right? I may have started working 3 years earlier than her, but by the time she started working and knowing where the trajectory was going, it was becoming very clear for me that she was going to earn a lot more than I was going to, right? But here is something interesting. In my head, I had resolved that I am comfortable with that. Isn't it interesting that here you have the same Lorado who has these problematic views about pants, something unnecessary, right? That even affects my spiritual growth, right? But then on the other hand, I'm saying I'm willing to support this woman. So I'm using this anecdote to say, one of the observations that I've made is that men don't often realize that our youth, or at least how we grew up, had us. And unless we acknowledge some of those things, we will continue to, oppress women. We may not do it by beating them up, but we'll stop going to church, right? And not going to church, by the way, then some days I would not even eat her Sunday 7 colors, because that's how angry I am, right? This pens, sisinziki. The second anecdote I'd like to use is, so recently I was invited by Brand South Africa to go and, so this year again we commemorated the 25th anniversary of the Constitution, and they were then as part of their campaign, the Play Your Part campaign, they invited me to go to 2 schools and speak to matriculants about gender equality. So I was focusing on the section gender equality in particular. And in preparation, and I'm thinking, I'm talking to matriculants, how do I make sure that I talk to them in a way that it will stick, right? Because often we go there and we want to tell people what we're going to tell them, and we are good enough with that. And I said, I want to leave there, it's 5 minutes, but it must be impactful, right? And as I'm, reading through stuff, and I'm like, perhaps I should ask a question, right? And just say, let's use the answers that they give so that they remember. And my question was very simple. What kind of society do you want to live in? Of course, so they were talking about, and again, they're matriculants, right? So they are really looking forward to matric, career-oriented. So they talk about all of these things. Brilliant. So it was a good icebreaker. Now let's talk about what is the kind of society that you want to live in relation to equality, particularly as far as gender is concerned. Guess what? At both schools, only young ladies raise their hands. So it talks to this problematic thing that I'm talking about to say. So here you have teenage boys who generally almost want to be passive, right? But then I leave them with something, and the message was to say, here is why, boys, I want you to be involved, and I want you to champion this fight for gender equality. Do you know that, or think about it this way, if we were to achieve gender equality, there's a likelihood that there are things that you want, right? Let's look at pay parity as an example. If your mother is earning less than her colleagues at work, male colleagues at work, if her salary were to be increased to be equal to those of her male counterparts, the things that you've been asking from her, you will get. Right? So think about it that way. And of course, I saw a few nods. So perhaps the other thing as well is that we must then be thinking, and I'm thinking hard about what Sis Brenda always challenges all of us to say. Sometimes when when you are civil, people don't respond to civility, right? But I want to also appeal to that to say, perhaps that's what we need to be thinking, particularly when thinking about boy children, to say, how do we appeal to them with the benefits of be part of this campaign, be part of this? How do we promote this? The third anecdote is that I am a volunteer at Future Kings. Future Kings is a mentorship for boys, a platform that is run by, founded by Rems Mabote. Amazing. It works with teenage boys, right? And one of the things that Rems would do in those sessions, he would encourage or firstly ask the teenagers, what does being a Bari mean to you? Right? And of course, then they talk about all of these things. Sajoli, Ubari, and right? And you start hearing some of these problematic things that come out of language. Right? And you realize that, so there's a mindset, and then of course this attitude that is then built up because of this mindset that I have. And then it is then expressed in the day-to-day language. But it is when we ask these questions, when you realize that what young people say, at what point do they outgrow them? In fact, do they even outgrow them? Right? And that is why, even when you are then going to look at laws and policies, so if you look at Lorado when he was a head server, it may not have been a national policy, but it was a policy for the church, for the local church. and I was an enforcer of this policy. What does this mean for Lorado if he does not change his attitude when I become a DG, right? Even if there's law or there's policy, my attitude is not that of seeing women as equals. The lens that I have is completely different, right? The last anecdote I wish to use, I am currently doing work for Love Life, and working with the CEO, Dr. Linda Ncubenkomo, akin to I think it was you, Sisinziki, who was saying earlier to us that there's always this jumping up and down whenever there are big stats about so many young girl children who are pregnant, and all of a sudden we want to be, wow, we didn't know. And she's like, listen, we work with these things every day, we know, right? I know that you want me to write an opinion piece, but for me, the matter is we must deal with the real things. And in asking what the real things were, right, it was the story around how men are problematic in all of this. All of the time we want to look at girls and how maybe promiscuous they are, or want to deal with poverty. Of course, those things are real, right? But here you have men who are okay with being sugar daddies. Here you are, 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, there was a front page story on the Sunday Times about a teacher who is paying this family 3,700 rands, and he has impregnated a 15-year-old, and it is okay, right? The mother, of course, endorsed, because she's saying, listen, without him, we don't have food, right? But here is a man who is okay with that. So I'm saying, and that's what, for instance, from a Love Life point of view, and saying, while we want to deal with these things from a youth attitude point of view, we have a problem of attitude of men, right? Where while we are seeding all of these messages, these young people are getting our messages, they are hearing us. But of course, because they want watch ebeteri, then there's this guy who has a job in Tembisa or in Garangua, who's is then saying, I can buy you this watch in exchange for, and then they fall into this trap. So in closing, one of the quotes that I love, and coincidentally, it is about Me Charlotte Matleke. So Zubeida Jaffa, one of the journalists I revere exceptionally so, wrote a book. It's called Beauty of the Heart. There's a quote there, open quote, we want men who are salvation of the young girls of their nation, who can depend on their presence. We need men who will humble themselves so that the nation may lift them up in the stars of Africa for future generations. That is what Africa wants. That is what the women of Africa are weeping and praying for, close quotes. So I am happy that I am one of those men who is an aspiring feminist. Call to action is, Prof. Lulama, I know that men struggle with feminism for a number of reasons. And Sisinziki spoke to that. But my encouragement to men who are watching here and thinking, but Lorado, how do I become part of this movement? I call Sis Brenda sometimes and say, hey, there's this thing that I want to say, but I'm not sure if it will land. And then she says, go ahead. So you need people who are going to affirm you or even call you out. But I also know that when I say things that are out of order, she's going to call me out. Right? Prof. Lulama affirms me in the most amazing ways. So she's also that. So I'm just saying that find confidence in women around you if you are a man and you want to be, and you, because we all have to be part of this movement. This is what, Mam Charlotte Matleke encouraging all of us to say, that is what Africa wants, right? The last thing is that we must not shy away from, and now I'm talking to men, we must not shy away from calling each other out. Because that's one of the things that we don't, people talk about accountability, which is a big word, right? But accountability then goes to, if somebody in my circle speaks ill of women, or looks down on women, or objectifies women, I ought to call them out. But also when my friend calls me out, who's a man or who's a woman, I must listen. Thank you so much.
So I think you have written down the questions. Yes. And then they will ask. Hello? There's some virtual speakers. We've got 2 more speakers. Yes. That's why I'm saying that, reminding them. So, Loretta, thank you very much. But I give everything to your wife. She did a good job. And then now we are going to listen to Fundi. Is it true? To Fundi Day. And I think it's on Visual Space. Yeah. And the floor is yours, Fundi. She's not there? Okay.
You're muted, Fundi.
Oh, am I audible now?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fundi Swa. I am representing young people in this space, and I like it how Okitumet is always saying there's youth and there's youth. So for me, I'm representing youth. I feel that at this stage of my life, I am the interconnecting bridge between generations. And I'm here to learn, and I'm grateful for this dialogue because it's been a long time coming. And I'm grateful because this is the first step and first dialogue that we are having under this Action Coalition. So the question is now, now that we have a seat at the table, what next? So looking at the past decade, we have seen an increasing number of women leaders taking prominent roles in leadership structures. But does this translate to achieving what we hope to see? We have a long way to go, since we know that we have 9 years to reach the milestones set out in the 2030 Agenda, Goal 5, and we need to move at a faster pace. In Melody Hobson's chapter in Cyril Sandberg's book, Lean In, she warns of the fallacy of being the first and only. And she further elucidates this point by saying that as much as an individual may revel in the achievements, that they should not settle as being the only. Dr. Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka recently stated at a homecoming event in September 2021 that as you reach the top, it truly becomes lonely. Therefore, we need to see more women at the table. However, the oppressive and brutal nature of the patriarchal system opens just one seat at the table, which then creates a competitive element that pits women against one another. We see this in comments made to announcements of high-level appointments. But now the question is, whose responsibility is it to ensure that as you rise, you bring along others? So what do we do, and how do we create meaningful participation for all? We need to intensify our approach to guiding and putting in place support structures for young people to have a voice. This does not mean that you provide platforms just for individual shining stars, but giving an equal opportunity to all. Education is key in driving the message and enable spaces that open to frank and honest discussions. Language, however, does become a huge barrier with technical words and jargon that are not easily understood. Therefore, we need to just simplify the language that is reachable to everybody. Digital exclusion becomes a huge hindrance in actively participating in the present discourse. An idea that came to mind is having automated machines, such as the machines that you would have at the shopping centers or in public areas where information can be easily accessible. When it comes to feminism, I think at some point we need to break down the word feminism in understanding what it is in simplistic language. It does not locate itself in gender binaries, but rather it is about intersectionality and inclusivity. It is finding a voice in spaces where ordinarily those who weren't allowed can voice their discontent. I urge young people to familiarize themselves with the Young Feminist Manifesto that was launched during the Generation Equality Forum, where young people boldly shared their vision that will enable them to co-lead and co-create the process of driving change. Young people need to be deliberate with their stance to be included in these forums. To young people, remember this: the future that is being created is yours, and you need to be bold and young and having your voices heard. A quote that I like to speak about is speak your truth even when your voice shakes. So in today's engagement, I'm calling for young people to join this Action Coalition in helping drive its agenda. We would like to see more young women represented in this space, and also having a voice to ensure that movement building continues into the next decade. The baton has been passed by the older generation, and we need to move with it straight on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we are going to listen to Brightness Mangoloti from HESA. I think she's in the visual space. Yeah.
I am here. Thank you very much. As I've been introduced, my name is Brightness Mangoloti. I'm the director for HESA. The role of HESA is a development of women leaders and also doing advocacy and research in the space of higher education. I've been given a topic to talk about unmuting feminism leadership in the academic landscape. So firstly, I just want to greet you all and say thank you very much for the opportunity. And I think this is a long overdue conversation on the role of women within the space of academia. I just want to firstly start with a quote by Martin Luther King Jr. that was on the 17th of March in 1966. He says, and I open quote, "We must remember that the university was developed with white males in mind. As students and as people of color have only recently in our history been admitted to some university. Tokenism has surfaced to appease the masses and prevent national revolt from people of color. We are to have a truly integrated society. It will never develop through tokenism." And the reason I'm using this particular quote is to echo the reality that universities were designed for white men. So their task, their agenda was to actually serve those who are what we call privileged. But I also want to echo that as we engage in the space of academy, a university is a macrocosm of the society. And I think earlier it has been shared that what really happens in our university, it's a reflection of what is happening in our society. We've touched on the issues of patriarchy, we've touched on the issues of sexism, we've touched on the issue of misogyny that is happening. And we all know that universities are gendered, are racialized, and also their class spaces. But the point that part of the discourse that I want to put forward is to actually say, universities play a critical role. The critical role of a university is to deliver on the sustainability development goals Although today we're touching on goal number 5 of gender equality, but we also need to appreciate that the university plays a critical role on all 17 goals that exist from the SDG. The mandate of the university per se is to shape new ways for the world by educating the global citizen, championing research and development, and driving innovation, which includes but not limited to technology. And then these become drivers of what we call the social, the economic, the environmental, technological, political, and legal transformation. And why? You might be asking yourself, why am I bringing that issue when we're talking about feminism? In a space of feminism, the agenda is about gender equality. It's unfortunate that in our universities, at this particular juncture, the conversation is more about racial transformation, and there's limited conversation about gender transformation. Yes, there are conversations, but I believe that there's more that should be happening. But let's touch on the 3 roles of a university. The first role of a university is what we call teaching and learning. The second role is about research. And the third role is about community and engagement. And if we talk about teaching and learning, and I know most people, when we talk about the Beijing Declaration, we talk about the access to education, we normally talk about education for women as a space where women come in as consumers. And we rarely talk about women as the producers or the co-creators of knowledge, and which I think is a very critical conversation that we should be having. But importantly also is that when the teaching takes place, who is the teacher? In the context of higher education, some avoid using the word who is the teacher, who is the lecturer, who is the academic? Because the who also is very critical. The minute we start engaging about the who, that also informs about what is being taught. The taught part is about the curriculum. What type of curriculum are we sharing? As I've earlier alluded to, that the whole aim of higher education is to drive national and even global transformation. But we cannot drive transformation if the curriculum is not speaking on the issues that affect our society. And hence, now there are conversation about decolonizing our curriculum. And decoloniality, it's talking about inclusion. And inclusion is not only about, I normally hear people when they talk about decolonization, they think about the Western creation of knowledge. And we neglect the fact that there's also African knowledge. And hence we talk about indigenous knowledge. But there are other levels. What about the issues of gender as part of the curriculum? Is the curriculum gender sensitive? How do we teach these scholars that come into the higher education space? Because as a higher education, our role is to shape minds. When you move out of the university, we believe that you need to be a civil-minded graduate that is able to actually make meaningful contribution in the society. And I want to move to the second level about research. Research is very critical. And I think in some cases, when you talk about spaces like the UN, when women from the academy are brought into that space, they're brought in only from an angle of research, whereas there are more engagement that needs to take place that are going to enable the unmuting of the feminine leadership in the spaces that we engage in. And I must say, research is very critical, but we also need to be asking ourselves questions. Who is doing research? And we know that who does research has an impact on the qualification of those who facilitate the research. And it is very clear, and it's public knowledge. Within the context of South Africa, the majority of those who are doing research are men. So it is highly likely, as research is showing, that gender bias exists when research takes place because the voices of women are muted. They are not part of the voices. Unfortunately, our systems and how allocation of funds take place, it still favors men. That actually means even the topics that we are engaging in research or what we call the niche areas, they are not actually bringing in or addressing issues that affects women. If they are limited. But there needs to be more that takes place in engaging issues that affect women. And we know issues of poverty, issues of inequality, those who are hard hit by those are women because they carry the most pride. And then if we go to the third level, it's a community engagement. And I think it brings together the functions or the roles of the university. And there's a misinterpretation or misunderstanding when we talk about community engagement. In most cases, when people think about community engagement, we look at community engagement as engaging with our local community and not appreciating that there's a broader meaning of community engagement. Community engagement, I also hear people normally talk about the helix participation. And I'd like to say, let's move away from the helix participation, but look into the quadruple participation. And what do I mean by that? The engagement needs to look or include or involve the private sector, the public sector, the civil society organization, and the universities. And it's quite sad at this particular juncture when we talk about universities, when they engage with communities in most cases, they go there with an upper hand because they have power. It is about time. If we want to achieve change in our society, it needs to be equal powers. It always fascinates me that when academics or research, they go to communities and learn about their practices, what they do, but at the end of the day, those who go out and interview people seem to have more knowledge than those that they've gathered information from. So it's about co-partnership, it's about working together. But with all these three pillars that I've alluded to start engaging into this space of how do we begin to unmute? The question now is, who is at the helm of leadership within the context of South African higher education? In South Africa, although we have 26 public universities, we only have 6 women vice chancellor. And that says a lot about what is happening, because those who are at the helm of leadership, they are decision makers. And if they are decision maker, that influence policy development, that influence the discourse, whether it be the economy, political, technological, and other factors and issues of the environment. So it is very critical as we engage in a space of feminism, appreciate that even women in a higher education spaces, they have the same challenges as women in other sectors. When we talk about the triple challenges, the oppression that women are encountering, that also exists in the space of higher education. Bullyism, workplace bullying exists in higher education, harassment exists in higher education, gender-based violence exists in higher education. And it so happens sometimes when you talk about the universities, we only talk about the universities as in talking about students experiencing gender-based violence. And we mute the other voices of women who are academics, even support staff who are working within this space, who are exposed to the bullying, who are exposed to GBV, who are exposed to various forms of harassment. So with that, I want to say, as leaders, as communities, as practitioners who are part of this conversation today, let's start looking into a university as a community that we need to engage with. Let's also look into how do we then provide support? Because in most cases, we think about the university as a space for access. The girl child needs to go to the university, get the qualification, and exit the university. We need this girl child to be a leader within this particular institution, but they cannot be leaders if those who are in the helm of leadership are still male, who are advancing sexism, who are advancing patriarchism. And we know about cases of sex for marks. We know about a number of cases that the girl child is exposed to in higher education. how do we begin to engage, not just with the girl child, but with the women who are in these spaces, who are also playing the caring role? Because women, in most cases, they're sitting at the bottom rung of the higher education. It's at junior levels, it's actually at an administrative role, but they are the ones who plays the mentorship role. They comfort the kids when they have challenges. They provide the support that is needed by these kids, but this is not something that is acknowledged and recognized within the space of higher education. I'm cautious of the time, but all I wanted to say are the critical issues. Let's look into the teaching and learning. The curriculum is important. What is taught is important. And their voices of women needs to be unmuted in the space of the curriculum that is taught. The second part is about research. Let's engage on who is doing research. Even the funding support that is provided, let's start looking into, are the requirements for those who are going to put together the research proposal or to roll out the research, is it sensitive to gender? Even with the community engagement, who are we engaging with? Who are we bringing on board? Because that is very critical in the engagement. And Crenshaw alluded to a very thing. When we talk about feminism, we all know there's a Western feminism, radical, and so forth. For me, what is important about bringing in the issue of intersectionality is that women are not universal. The experiences of women also in higher education are not universal, are not the same because of their intersecting identities. The fact that I'm Black, the fact that I'm a woman, the fact that I come from a poor society, the fact that I come from the rural areas, that also affects how I engage, how I become alienated, the type of opportunities that I am presented with. But just to come into close, I just want to say, let's start engaging in the space of academia. There are cases currently in UNISA. We have a new vice chancellor that has been appointed. How do we then provide support? Because something that I've picked up in my role, we are good to champion and celebrate women when they get into leadership position. But what form of support are we providing them once they get into leadership? Because in most cases, once they are there, we become the one who criticize them. And which is a sad situation that once the women become in leadership, I think everyone feels that they have a voice, they can say something. But when it's a man that is in leadership, we don't actually engage at the level that we engage with when it's a female vice chancellor. And I also want to say, let's stop looking at a higher education as a space where we consume knowledge. We need to get into higher education as a space where we can be co-producers, co-creators of knowledge. And to come to a close, I just want to say, higher education, there are various isms that exist, be it racism, sexism, classism, ageism, the issues of nationality. And if we are not going to engage that, it will affect the attainment of what is expected of an institution of higher learning, which is to become the driver of social, economic, environment, technological, political, and legal transformation. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you have written so many questions. We have. Yeah. Okay, now we will be, Cindy Zamuchavalala will be presenting.
Thank you.
On what? He will be presenting on profits of doing good, a business case for business to come to the party in financing FML Action Coalition.
Thank you very much. The WDB House is lit, Professor, and an advocate as well. And thank you very much to all the viewers and to all the guests that are here, and greet our beloved mother, Mamuzanele. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. What a brightness has raised, Program Director. That's key. Because when you're talking about a curriculum that addresses feminism, you are talking about somebody that is going to be employable in the near future in the private sector. And once these issues are addressed in an academic institution, we'll be able to actually have a private sector that understands the role of women in terms of feminism. And also, I like what the World Bank and WTO has done recently on a research that talks about the opportunities for women in the marketplace, in the private sector, the rise in services, global value chains. That's key, because when we're talking about South African women, we need to actually link it to global markets. What we are discussing today as South African women, it must link to the Africa Free Trade Agreement, it must link to global value chains, because the reason why the Generation Equality Forum has a global agenda is to actually make countries understand how they empower women in their own member states. And now this comes to a point, Prof, that says if we want to see women participating in these initiatives, Program Director, reforms, policy reforms are very important in terms of trade, in terms of women inclusion, debunking feminism. And I think today the private sector is ready to support feminist women, movements and leadership. I'd want to say, Professor Makubela, when we talk about the coalitions themselves from the Generation Equality Forum, feminism movements and leadership action coalitions is leading all these coalitions. You are taking a lead. And when you are taking this lead, you are actually going to make sure that you engage with private sector. But what I want to caution, do the feminist movements understand their role? Because their constitution, some of them, it's 19 and us. That doesn't relate to the challenges that we have today. So you need to change the constitution's advocate for women's movements that want to operate in this system. Because now we're talking about COVID, and COVID has actually changed everything. We're talking about globalization. We're talking about digital economy. Do the women's movements or feminist movements understand the role of digital economy? And also, how do they engage with their women? I like what one of the panelists said. Who are you representing? Cindy, as the president for the Circle of Global Business Women. Are you sitting in this platform representing yourself? No. I'm representing women in global markets. And I thank South Africa for actually accommodating me as a global president, because this is my home. Before I become a global president, I'm a South African. And I'm here today talking about a clearly defined implementation strategy on action coalitions. Now, coming back to Dr. Gooding and Sis Mabato, they've explained it very well. And I'm happy, advocate, because I had a different strategy. And now they've really unpacked it, that we need to actually have a strategy in November that will be able to actually address localization of the private sector. But I just want to say, an action plan will be very critical when you're looking at innovative ideas for funding feminist movement by the private sector. The first one, we talk about money. Doing good for profits. What is important is private sector must come into the party. And when private sector is coming into the party, there should be transparency. There should be accountability. We are not a CSI initiative, no. No. We are a women's movement and a feminist agenda that knows what we want and where we are going. And they must listen to us on what we are saying, because we know our role, we know our challenges. For example, at the Circle of Global Business Women, we have a strategy on rural development. We are very inclusive. We have Umamu Nomandla Mhlauli, Her Royal Highness, who is now the acting chair of the National Parliament in Traditional Leadership, who works with queens in rural areas. And now we need to have a strategy around that when it comes to inclusion. And that's money on its own. Now, when we're talking about profits and doing good and sustainability, it's not about a soccer kit where a soccer kit is needed. And then the private sector would say they're actually doing good in that community. It's about engaging the community and understanding what the community wants so that they'll be able to do that good in that particular community. It's very important. And that's where we are leading to. And now the second one, decision making. JSE listed companies. Because we can't talk about feminist movements without addressing issues of leadership. This is where it matters most. We need to have a target program director. We need to know what is the target for 2021 in the Action Coalition itself, to see women CEOs, to see women chairmen leading those boards. But through a targeted strategy that will sit with private sector. We're not fighting with private sector. No, it's inclusion. No one is left behind. We are saying, as the feminist movements come to the party, this is where we are leading to. One thing that I want to highlight, I've been an advisor for an organization called the African Utility Week. I mean, if you look at, Africa, we have 650 million people that don't have access to electricity as we speak right now. But you need engineers, you need technicians that will understand who are women that will go and produce for those women and young girls not to go far away and end up being raped. Because we need women that will be sitting in these decision-making programs so that they'll accommodate what we think of. Not that we're throwing men away. With the Circle of Global Business Women, our champion for women leadership is Professor Bonang Mohale. And he's doing amazing work, Professor Lulama. And we are actually working hand in hand. Now he's the president for Business Unity South Africa. And the time is now where we engage Professor Bonang Mohale on the strategy of funding women feminist leadership organization. And I know he's on board. He's a feminist. He's a feminist. And he will drive. Because we are what we are today as the Circle of Global Business Women, because of Professor Bonang Mohale. He calls and says, go and meet so-and-so and tell so-and-so that I've spoken to you. I'll do exactly the same thing. The so-and-so will do what Professor Bonang Mohale has said to support the Circle of Global Business Women. And these are the women leadership champions that we want Professor Lulama in the private sector that will form a core team that will actually look at a strategy moving forward on funding. We need a task team from the private sector working with government. And I know President Ramaphosa working with powerful women in South Africa, Dr. Futi, Dr. Namane, and Sis Namhla Mniki in the private office of the president. There was a powerful women economic summit that took place when I was traveling. It came up with powerful resolutions. And South African government has started engaging private sector. And we are saying, as the feminist leadership and movements, we want to make sure that when private sector is committing, let us commit on tangible, on action that is needed. I know we've got private companies that committed whilst the president was actually presenting South Africa at the Generation Equality Forum. Let's have a database of those companies so that we know how much are they putting into the table and how is it going to be spent according to the outcomes of the strategic plan that Ausmabato has spoken about. Now we are localizing the Generation Equality Forum, kicking back to South Africa. And the strategic fund, I like what is happening today. Thank you, Dr. Gooding, and thank you, Ausmabato, for leading this discussion this morning to what is happening now. Now, the powerful story about individual commitments, they must actually lead to country commitments. And the country commitments on private sector advocate would actually lead to a database. We would know 10 companies have committed so much, and that in those 10 companies, it's equal to 10 billion. In this 10 billion, the commitments, as what Dr. Gooding has said, we need to actually come up with a value proposition as feminist movements so that when we actually provide us for funding, it's going to give value in terms of their CSI. But I don't want to call it CSI because we're not a CSI initiative as women. That's why the Generation Equality Forum, that's that's why the pledge is globally of 40 billion. Now we need to actually make sure that this specific women fund funds women feminist movements on leadership and action coalition on three things, which is empowerment, leadership, and innovation. That's very key because COVID has actually made us not to understand ourselves as who we are as women. But I think there's something called accelerated automation, Professor Lulama, in the digital economy itself, where it has made women not to understand their role and how to market themselves in the platforms themselves. But I think what we need to do, there is something called the fourth industrial revolution. We need to actually demystify this because still have women in rural areas that are still sitting on the second or third industrial revolution. And how do we bring them on board to understand their role, working with private sector, working with companies that are in the ICT sector, so that when they commit to a value of developing the women through their sector. And I think what we need to demystify, Prof, in terms of the strategic funding of the private sector, we need to be sectorial so that they'll be able to actually get into the sectors and empower women in those sectors that is going to be strategically directed. And also, what is important moving forward? Transparency, accountability, the disaggregation of data. That has actually made us to be where we are today for the last 25 years, talking about women. Because there was a time where when you're talking about women that needs to be appointed as directors, they'll tell you, where are these women? We don't have a database. But now it's key for us as women to actually develop this database and understand where we are so that the data that we have, it's not a data that is going to actually disadvantage us. You know, actuarians will tell you, data is key. What you punch is the outcome of what you need. So if they punch wrong data about women in South Africa today, the outcomes, Prof, you know, in terms of research, we are totally out. Because what happens in companies, they do a research, and then that research feeds in to this strategic fund that we're proposing. So if the data is wrong, our numbers of actually getting into the economy, they're still going to be low. So I think it's very important as well to actually work onto that and make sure that women lead and women take their rightful position in the marketplace and make sure that our country commitments and in terms of private sector would be able to actually drive what we want to see on the ground as women, feminist movements and leading coalition. And Prof, please, what I've said, take it into cognizance. Feminist movements and leadership action coalition, they are leading all the coalitions. And it's very important because if you look at where we are and what we have raised here today, economic justice rights issues are coming. Gender-based violence issues are coming. All the action coalitions, they belong under this wing. So it's very important to strengthen the feminist movement and leadership action coalition to take its rightful place in South Africa in terms of working with UN women and make sure that women lead. With those words, I'd like to say thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a lot, and today is the day that everybody who is here, I think you have changed the way of thinking, and you will also change the way of doing things. You know, with all the presentation, and you were so hot, eh? I must tell you that. With all the presentation, I will tell you something about all presenters. They were good. And I really want to thank them for that. But we still have questions because the more you present is the more you raise some issues. And then we end up having gaps. My colleagues here or my audience promised that they will ask questions. I've got audience in the visual space and in the physical space. So this is the time of asking questions. But I think I will start. Let me take an advantage that I'm here and be the first one to ask questions. And it's not question only for you, my sister. It's for everyone who was making presentation. I hear and I understand and I believe that really we need to have women leaders, and the feminist is serious about the matter. I also want, even if I cannot get the response today, it doesn't matter, but it must be in everybody's mind, back of the mind. What happened to a situation you find that, yes, we have put you, my sister, in that seat, but you are thinking like a man. When we are in the meeting, when we have men, poorly there is a question or a very important issue, you don't take it serious. And then Philemon said the same thing, same way, and you end up saying, "Ooh, we never thought of that." In other words, you give credit to Philemon, whereas Lydia raised that. So I think that, I don't know, I don't have a solution, but let me just suggest something, maybe to assist the situation, that maybe we need also to be a sort of an awareness of being, of knowing that we are worth living and we are important and we belong to this world. We are not the secondary citizen and we are not the subhumans. It's something that really hurts me most of the time. That's why I'm raising it now. Do you want to respond to that?
I can respond to that. There is, at the sector Global Business Women, we're partnered with an organization that is called the Directors Association on a program called Madam Chair. Madam Chair actually trains women to be directors and also to understand their role as board members, that they have a fiduciary duty, because what is important in leadership, you should know who you are. When you get into that board meeting, don't play a tennis ball. I mean, I'm a board chairman of one company, and I've learned it the hard way in being a board member before I became the board chairman. I've learned it the hard way to read my board packs, because one other thing that women do, they don't read their board packs. And the next thing is, when a decision is taken, they go behind their backs and say, but so and so didn't listen. But it's important, let me caution women as well. It's important when you are given a position, that position, that it doesn't belong to you, but it belongs to the other women. You are representing women in South Africa. So when you take that position, you must actually take it with pride and dignity. So it's very important as well. The man part of a woman in a boardroom, it's not acceptable. You know what? Wear your lipstick, wear your high heels. There's a reason why you're a woman in a board meeting, in a boardroom. Do it as a natural. Don't become a man. There's no need for you to become a man to take a decision. You can take a decision, a feminist decision, by the way. You don't have to become a man, because that's another challenge. Because while you want to actually behave like, who said that boardrooms belong to men? Boardrooms belong to women as well. That's why we are sitting in those boardrooms today. That's why we are board chairs today, because they belong to us as a feminist movement in terms of leadership.
Thank you very much. Any question?
I've got my hand up online.
Oh, no, how will I see that? Will assist me, please? Can you please give her? No, she's got the mic. Okay. Okay. Is this fine? Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much. I think I'll actually go back to, thank you so much for this
gathering. I think it's also very much holistic. That's one thing I appreciate. You know, it's not about women. It is really feminism as it is, according to the debunking that we're doing. But I've got, I don't know whether it's a comment or a question, whoever can answer. I'm going to go with an anecdote. I've got a son that just finished his degree, majoring in philosophy, politics, and economics. But, I mean, he then says something to me. He's like, you know, Mom, because he just started a job. And then he says to me, you know, Mom, I've just proven that it is true that globally, white women are on top, followed by black men, and then white men and then black women. I mean, this is umtanoma 2000s, right? A product of your private schools and a UCT and whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is something that my father would have said, but it's now still said nowadays. So it goes back to what the other lady who was talking about academic inclusion in whatever we do. That I think there is this myth that it is an authority, that higher education, perhaps most of us come from those higher education, those universities. But when you hear that the same thing that you got, which your mother got or your grandmother got, is still being given to your own child. I mean, for me, really, it means we still have a long way to go. You know, we still have a long way to go. This must not stop here. But it really goes back to what the other lady, a young person was talking about, to say she feels attacked. She feels, what must she do? She feels confused. And I like what Cindy is saying, is that, I mean, you are called by the society. Your community is calling you. You are what we've been waiting for. So resilience is something that this mental health is actually addressing. To say, if you're not confident of yourself, and where do you get that from? You get that from us. You get that from your parents. You get that from the support that we must give you. But at the end of the day, you must give it to yourself. You must know you are called. And what has called you must empower you. What has called you must make you say, I will stand, not because I'm judging the other person. Yes, I take the pain, but I'm not fazed by the pain. Because without going through that pain of standing there with the shaky body and the voice that is actually crinkling when you are really a director general, you are feeling like, oh my gosh, a secretary general. You're feeling, oh my gosh, I am not, but you are now being yourself, instead of being the leader and the owner of the voice that is not only yours. And as they are saying, who are you representing? You are not representing yourself. I'm standing here, I'm sitting here, I'm not representing myself. I'm a mother, I'm a girl, I'm a woman, I'm a wife, I'm everything. And I believe that is what is calling me right now, to say, guys, we are really having a lot to do. I'm a businesswoman, I'm representing the global. And another thing that I actually also, I'm talking about one thing that I'm just experiencing, which some of them, I also don't have answers. I encourage women to go overseas for exposure, because I believe for you to be employable, you need to understand a lot. And some of us have chosen even certain qualifications because of lack of knowledge of what else can I be, because you are limited in your space there wherever you are. So when we find these opportunities and we try to empower other women, but then you've got something like safety and security, how do we know if you're not taking our women to be, you're selling them, and you're thinking, I'm not even there. But then again, you're thinking, okay, it is a security issue. This person is talking because she is actually, or he is trying to protect women. So that goes back to the issues now of our policies. How can we make it easy to know when something is legit and not, you know, without making these people again feel, like sometimes I feel like, no, I don't even have to talk about this right now. Meanwhile, now I'm not giving someone an opportunity to get into this program that I have, simply because I've just looked at Prof and like, I know, or I looked at Advocate and like, no, I don't think they trust me. You know, if I say this, they're like, oh, looking at Lindy, no, this one is just gonna sell our women. So again, you know, we have other underlying issues, and that is why I'm saying I'm so much appreciating of this forum, because it seems to be understanding that we need to accept that there is diversity. We need to accept that there is culture, and some of it is not enabling, some of these things are actually prohibiting. So we need to actually look at all of that as we really traverse all of this and make sure that we include everyone. And honestly, I just wanted to appreciate all the speakers, appreciate the forum, appreciate the invitation. I am so supportive of you, and I'm a global citizen. That's one thing I can always say, I'm a global citizen. So whenever you need anything global, just talk to me. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. I think it's a comment, and a very good comment, and we have learned a lot out of that.
There's a question from the someone, or is that Mabatu, who had a question?
There's somebody who's in the visual space, yes.
The hand is up. I don't know who it is.
There she is. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the space. You know, I'm sitting here, I am listening, and I think Brenda and Lulama will know what I'm talking about. This dialogue of today is a repetition of many other dialogues. The Generation Equality Forum, I think it must now give us a different momentum and impetus of going forward. One thing that Kumi said that I think South Africa and the Action Coalition on feminist movement and leadership should be championing is around accountability and legislation. I hear what Cindy is talking about. Private sector is ready. Private sector is not ready at all. We've got bigger challenges now, where every policy that we see government is trying to push on affirming women, they take it to court. So holding government accountable for legislation. You remember we had that West bill that had clear targets, and that bill had such pushback from private sector. Now with the 40%, what I'm seeing and I'm hearing almost, we had a meeting also with Busa. People are saying that your president has proclaimed 40%. 40% is not law. So until there is law that enforces them to implement, they're not going to do it. So we want laws that will force every South African to push the 50-50, to push the just and equal society. We've got such a progressive constitution where wherever you go, they quote your constitution. But when you think back at the lived experience of women, that the women in South Africa don't even enjoy what is in the constitution. So for me, what I would want a generation equality in terms of the plan that we're going to have, it should push. I know that the department has brought back the West Bill because it lapsed with the previous administration. And maybe generation equality must look at the bill and ensure that that bill includes things that will hold everybody accountable, so that even this movement can take government to court, private sector to court, intergovernmental to court, based on the legislation that we're going to put in place. Because without legislation, we tend to speak, and then we come back, we become frustrated. The other things, definitely, South Africa, what we're seeing, whether it's at home, is in government, is in the private sector, is a reflection of what South Africa as a nation is all about. I heard in that, you know, that in your speak, it just reminds me of different dialogues that you've been having, traditional leadership. You know, people have very high hopes, but when you meet with young men, and tell you what they've been taught, that's why we see high rapes after being in the mountains. Because some of them, they were told, go out there, for you to prove that you're a man, go and rape. So there are a lot of patriarchy, misogyny, toxic masculinity that we have not addressed. And so for me, the feminist movement, Action Coalition, because it cuts across all other action coalitions, even almost all action coalitions cut across all action coalitions. We need to see that our plans talk to each and every action coalition. And the strategy plan must include clear indicators of what we want to see. If we really can, in 2026, when we look back and say we have made a change. We don't have a women's movement now, and I hear people complaining that women, when they sit there, they become like men. We've been saying women are not a homogeneous group. We all have been socialized from wherever we're coming from. So even what Brightness was saying about research, there is research done by women that is so alien to African women. We had the issue of race has to be in the center of all our discussions, because some research done with 3 people in a squatter camp somewhere, and we want to replicate it to the nation that is so diverse and different than ours. So we have a long agenda that is not only about the generation equality itself, but is only changing this nation to be the nation that we want to see. We're complaining that we've got one women in the private sector as a chairperson or a board. Look at DGs in government. There was a time where we only have one DG as a woman. So the challenge is broad. Now we want this. For me, the FML will replace this movement that is dead, because we've been saying the women movement is dead. So the FML will have to revive the women's movement that is dead, and start reactivating even those that felt, I don't want to be called a feminist because feminists do this. People want a home, but when the home is toxic, they also close their doors. Because we find that even in this open door, women become fighting, because you fight for your own existence. Those that are fighting is those that don't want to take nonsense. Now, when you fight for your space, you are going to be labeled, and you are going to be labeled forever. But as long as you know that you are labeled for the right thing, that becomes secondary. You have called names, but as long as at the end you have represented, because you're representing my aunt, my grandmother, my granddaughter, and even generation to come, for you to be sitting in this space. So we really are looking forward to how do we plan the 5-year plan, and how do we revive the women's movement under this action coalition from community level. Because I think another thing that also divides is people seeing what is called national and what is called local. When you come there, but they ask you where you're coming from, national. Who put you in that position? So let's be part of communities, so that we change. GF speaks of a space that are not hierarchical. So let's go back to non-hierarchical space, where young people are free to speak without being spoken down. Where older women are free to speak without being told your time is up. Where young women are free to speak without being saying it's not your time yet. So I think for me, I'm looking forward to the plans that we are going to put in place to bring back the movement here aside in South Africa. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
So do we have some question on the visual space there?
Are there questions there? Oh, it's mainly.
Can you share the comments with us?
No. I think so, Madam. I'm intervening because earlier on we spoke about time, right?
Yeah.
That we don't. So we had budgeted this meeting from 9 up until 3:30, but we have done well in terms of time, because what your session is doing now is to bring us together and conclude on what are the next steps, right? And I want us to engage on that as participants, and I would like every one of you to say something, right? On what you see as the way forward, right? For me, Prof, if I were to start, is that you already have organizations and individuals that I think should be part of this FML, right? That are going to assist us to drive this feminist movement and then coalesce on common objectives, right? So we'll all, as a collective, identify what are the 2-3 things that we are going to work on and ensure that we achieve this gender equality in the next. I don't talk of 2063. I won't be alive. Yeah? We're talking about now. Now, please, can people stop telling us about 2063 and no, please.
I love her honesty.
Yeah. So I'm confronted with the challenges now, and we need those solutions now, right?
Yes.
And that's why we get deflected in our course as women, because someone will come and say, for us to do this, it's going to require 5 years. No, guys. Are being serious? We don't have time here 5 years. We have time now where we're dealing with women being raped, being abused, not having employment opportunities, living in conditions that are not good for their well-being, right? So we have to deal with the solutions and find solutions now. So I want us to engage on those solutions, all of us. So we're going to start at the back. You give us what you think should happen, and even if you preface it with a comment, because sometimes it's good for you to comment about your experience, right? We appreciate that because it's important for us to know that experience and then prefer a solution. So if you can guide us and get us to the conclusion so that we have an answer. Mabatu has already put a challenge and saying this coalition must start to build a feminist movement.
Yes.
And for me, when I look at the Women's National Coalition and I look at progressive women, those two, so remember the Women's Coalition was brought together and it embraced all women from different walks of life, right? It didn't matter whether you were from whichever political party, from whichever religious group, from which race. Those women came together. They wanted to shape this gender equality that we spoke about. Their mandate was very clear. They delivered on that mandate and they disbanded, right? And maybe it was not a good thing for them to disband, but they did disband. It left a vacuum, right? Because we didn't have a national movement to fight the cause. We then set up a progressive women's organization. Progressive women's organization was also tasked with the responsibility of bringing all of us, irrespective of our political affiliations, of age, of race, of class, sexual orientation. What did it become of that progressive? It was hijacked because it became an ANC COSATU SACP formation. So a lot of people decided not to participate because now if you are not ANC, if you are not COSATU, if you are not SACP, you didn't find a home, right? But the original idea was to be all-embracing. So we need to guard against that if we are going to do it this time. That we are not going to be hijacked for political gains. We're not going to hijack for personal gains. Because it's also, so declare your agenda up front. If you want to be president, tell us so that we know, right? So for me is, moving forward is that we are driven by this gender equality and we are not going to be disturbed by the other peripheral issues. Right? We are clear how we are going to achieve this, irrespective of where we come from, of who we support politically or otherwise. We are women first, and the fight that we are fighting is about that and ensuring that there is recognition of our existence. Right? So we can start at the back and you can guide.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Can I borrow you to assist the...
No, we will. Yeah. Oh, there's someone in the virtual space. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Brightness. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying to activate my video, but it's not allowing me to.
That's
But
fine.
needless to say, I wanted to respond to the earlier questions, the two questions. The first one, you hear someone saying something, they make a contribution, they get acknowledged, they don't get acknowledged, but the man gets acknowledged. I think what is very critical and what we omit to do as women, we normally mute ourselves. We silence ourselves. When we see something that is wrong, we don't speak up. So the first important thing is to actually speak up. And I always say from a communication perspective, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Yeah. So how you actually address that particular person, it's very important. The second part was the issue of, and it coming to the point of what I've also observed in my leadership capacity is that men become silent when they see injustice because other women are silent. And they believe that when they speak up, they are going to be challenged or identified as anti-women. But we also, as women, have a responsibility to speak up. The second part about curriculum, I alluded to the fact that from a curriculum perspective, we also need to be co-creators of knowledge. What is currently happening, and I've alluded to the fact that as the society, we come to universities as consumers. We need to understand that curriculum development is a co-creation space. Most of you in this space, you need to take an initiative and engage with departments. Someone coming from the business space, you need to go and engage with the faculty of business, because curriculum development, there are stakeholders that are part of those conversations. And you need to be part of those conversations. It's unfortunate that universities are turned into ivory towers. And we think that those who are in the university space, they know everything and we cannot contribute as the society. There's a lot that society can contribute. Make sure that you become part of the boards of universities. There are lots of opportunity there. There's community engagement. There are lots of opportunities for communities, business, public sector to actually collaborate. Academics are also experts in their different fields. Engage with them. There are opportunities for them to actually provide training for free as part of community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's start at the back.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Introduce yourself.
My name is Boitumelo Sukonyane, and I am the chairperson of the EFF Student Command in UNISA that currently has 14 females and 1 male in the BSCT. So as a young person, I'll be clear firstly that, I'm sorry, I wrote notes as a student, so allow me to go through them. As a young person, I'll be clear that those of us that have registered to vote are no longer concerned of legacies, but we simply want to promise change, an inclusive change from a hierarchical aspect of women in top leadership positions and bottom leadership positions. This is directed to Ms. Kubi Rama, who mentioned her concern about the EFF and steady declines of female leadership within other political parties. The EFF believes in a 50-50%, or most probably, preferably a 60-40% approach within they prioritize female leadership. Because she mentioned the decline and she recognized it, and she said that we have to give people something to vote for. Then the EFF is willing to call women to the table, and now that information will no longer be centralized to patriarchy and male hegemony, because we all know that also, this will be agreeing to the director of HERS SA, where she mentioned that in the academical space, most researchers are male. It is not only in the academic field, as we have seen, but also in the agricultural, political, and financial sectors. We have now the opportunity to correct these situations and to balance the scale of including women who are capable. This will help us if we have women empowerment and a female leadership. They will be included in policy making and decision-making processes, therefore meaning that issues that women deal with, they will then be put on the table. If we have chairpersons of females, we understand what we personally go through, therefore we prioritize them. But if we put them at the back and we push them there, then it will be a by-the-way factor. And this will lead the project of, I can say, the discourse of feminism into another war of isms, of ideological isms, of liberalism. They're fighting against this, that, structuralisms, and stuff like that. Therefore, we must be women that advocate for a traditional inclusion. Traditional, I mean in a sense that it has to be second nature, that now we know that women are capable because we receive the same education as these men. We go to the same universities. We are taught by the same people as these men who assume these positions. Therefore, understanding that the knowledge that they have, we too have, and can use it better most of the times, because they mentioned about the mental health of women. Then understanding that women have more to deal with. They go back home, they have to prepare their children, they have to do this and that, meaning that if we can handle that, then therefore it means that we are more than capable to do so many things and more, but we're still humble about it, we're still quiet about it, we're not going around and saying, you can't do that the way they do it. But
so let me ask you.
Yes.
As you rightly point out why it's important to have women in leadership position, how are we going to ensure, being part of this session today and being part of this coalition, so I've included you already, right? Whether you like it or not. and that's leadership, by the way. We co-opt, right, so that we can get traction but get results. What do you see as your role in shaping and bringing from the ground this feminist movement that we want to build? So so everyone who's going to speak, give us one thing that you think it should be done, and as all of us will be part of the decision making and saying these are the 3 things that we think are possible and achievable. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. So I can I can actually give you a practical example of what I would like, which is honestly, with us in the political aspect, we believe in unity. This is my Secretary General of UNISA, the National SRC. So basically, we work together. She helps me since she's in a top position than I am, and the information that she shares with me keeps me in the loop of whatever is going on within the institution, so that when we release statements, we are in the know of what is going on and we are informed. If it was a male, it would have really been difficult for us to connect. So therefore, yes. So that is basically what I can say, that from my side, that is what I would like, for women to be in communication and to be transparent and to be accountable of the information they hand out, as it was stated ahead. And
go ahead.
Okay, before I close, and lastly, I'm an international relations student. So what it would be interesting for me is for me to basically know of what is the United Nations women willing to assist the women in Afghanistan, because now they're fleeing from their birth country to become refugees in other countries because of this female oppression by the new government of the Taliban. So if somebody could answer, I would like to know. Thank you very much.
Right. So pass it on to the next person next to you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Lungile Mtungwa. I'm a senior committee officer at UNISA. For me, point 1 would be, obviously this is a run-on of most of everything that has been said in these presentations today. Firstly, for me, is reeling the men into these discussions, for them to understand that feminism is not a defense mechanism. We are not using what we believe in to fight them, for them to understand, as Lorato said earlier on. That's the important part. And then secondly, being seen and heard where we are in the spaces that we dominate, being seen and heard, now that we've been part of this day, then we go out there and then sow the seeds.
Oh, yeah.
Thirdly, Lorato also spoke, I'm sorry, it's mostly there. He spoke about the Future Kings, the program that is being run, and he asked a question. He always asked himself, do these young men, after they come of age, they are no longer teenagers, they become young adults, do they change their mindset towards the perception of who and what women are? And there was, mostly the House was agreeable that no, they don't change the mindset. So for me, it's then expanding such programs to not only include young men, but also like the grown men, because I was thinking earlier spoke about being clogged up in narcissistic relationships. This is where it comes from. When I was in high school, I was involved in a movement called Girls' Education Movement, when we were taught about these things. Who should touch you how, who should speak to you how you should address and respond to all these things. But then that program, after high school, I never had anything of it. It was actually an initiative by UNICEF. So then, between now, I've been out of high school, I think more than 15 years now. What happened in between now? There has been nobody filling in the gaps since high school. So now we can't be training these young men and young women, and then there's a gap, nobody fills in between. And then at the end, where do we fall?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary General.
Thank you. I really like what you said about how we must not be divided by maybe political lines and the rest. And I really feel the urge to explain the group that I brought in, because there is literally, she said she's from EFF. I'm apolitical, which means that I'm not politically affiliated, and yet we get along very well. She's from ANC, and all this, the generation that I brought it's different people. They don't even know each other in a way. The one who is sitting here is my cousin, who's very young. She's 18 years old, and I specifically chose them so that we can have, and I'm saying this to bring me to what I would want to see, right? Which is women being organized towards a specific goal, outside of our political lines, but also because, we are chained to the triple yoke of oppression, which is class, which is race, which is gender. And that is something that we have in common, and no woman can come and say that, but I can't relate to that. We are all, as Black women especially, affected by that. And when I brought this group, it was to bring my cousin who's 18 years old to this space where she can learn about gender, where she can be conscientized about gender, but also see other women like her who are making it big in life, who can articulate themselves and all of those things. It was to bring my sister here, Tembi, who's doing very well in her own endeavors, but also who is in ANC, to bring Bitumelo, who is the female chairperson of EFFSC, to bring Lungi, who is actually the working class. She is also doing well, but she's within the university, right? And to bring also Ntabiseng, who is sitting here, who is a general student, who is actually graduating, but also someone who is being mentored and has a lot of knowledge about mentorship. So I'm explaining this to show that what I believe in is being organized as women, is being mobilized as women, is speaking in the same voice. When we go out, we're going to criticize. When we're coming in, we're criticizing ANC with Tembi. And those are the type of conversations that I want us to have. But I think the other thing that I want to just comment on in passing is what Lorato was speaking about. And I think the problem with men sometimes, not Lorata, I think Lorata is not a problem. But I think men sometimes, they define themselves outside of patriarchy. Yes. They don't acknowledge the fact that patriarchy, as much as they are beneficiaries of patriarchy, as much as they are perpetrators of patriarchy, but it also affects them. When patriarchy forces manhood on young boys, saying that you can't cry because you are a man, or saying that you must be this way, you can't play like this because you are a man, it's oppression on its own. When patriarchy says that you're a provider and you're living in South Africa where the economy is very much against you, because at the end of the day, you're still affected by white supremacy and all the other oppressive systems, and you can't make it financially. That is oppressive on its own, and it's patriarchy. So they need to, when they define patriarchy, they must not define themselves outside of it, but they must acknowledge the fact that it also affects them. And when they align with the feminism movement, it must not be from a place of sympathy. It must not be from a place of just wanting to support women. It must be from a place of understanding that feminism is also correcting this historic mistakes where we as cultures, as the Black culture especially, we're divided and we see each other as enemies. And just lastly, I, as the Secretary General, one of my visions is to the speaker, I think it was Brightness, who was speaking about academia and how we must not think like men, and must have sort of like a decolonial thinking and decolonial feminism thinking. And what I would want as a vision is to have a legacy where I am the Secretary General who was assisting women with sanitary towels, with providing them with food, because we know that with the current economy, the most hard hit are women. The ones who have lost jobs, the ones who can't even make it because who had to drop out, the ones who can't make any other amends, to survive, are women. And I want to be assisted to assist women with registration fees in the next coming year. I want to be assisted to provide a specific, even if it's 100 women on a monthly basis, with a grocery, just a minimum grocery. And I'm surrounded by women Cindy there has a network.
Yeah, business network.
Yes, yes, has a network of women who definitely have resources, and if they don't have resources, they have a network of women who have resources. The speaker that I just mentioned from Council of Higher. Is it Council of Higher Education or just the higher education sector, has networks of women who can assist me with that vision. She can assist me with that vision. And I just want to put it to them that if we're going to be serious about this type of arrangements where we are saying that we must be organized and we must be mobilized towards certain goals, I appeal to them that they must assist me to realize that goal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dakaro Letore. It's not really of much of a question or a statement. It's much of a blessing for me to be here. Because my mom just mentioned it yesterday. She was like, oh, let's go to something tomorrow. She didn't say what, something tomorrow. I was like, okay, sure. So,
I like that. Okay.
so now it's one of those, I'm blessed. Thank you so much, because I work in the entertainment industry. So it's one of those things where this kind of conversation is not really available, let me put it that way, and we're working with new young people who are coming in the industry who get like sexually harassed on set because they don't know if I say no to this guy, will I still have my job tomorrow? So it's one of those things where I think for me, to be here, I think my responsibility is actually to put it out there, to put such conversations out there for people to actually, especially in the entertainment industry, to come and join such conversations, because there's a lot and there's so many, sorry man, some creepy men out there who are taking so much advantage of young girls and who don't have information, as much as they're from like rich families or whatnot, but when they come to the industry, it's a very small industry and they get taken advantage of to a point where I, myself, cannot intervene because I'm also scared, you know, to be honest about it. So I think I'm very thankful for meeting everybody here. So that was my statement. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. It's you. No. Hey, then we'll go back at the back. Talk.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Morongwa.
Morongwa.
I'm a recent graduate social worker from University of Johannesburg. I'm very grateful to be here. Even me, I was just invited in last minutes by mommy, you know. But I'm very grateful for being part of this, because it also helps me to realize that as a qualified social worker, there is more to channel. Yeah. There is a lot of issues that we need to raise out there. Yeah. People need to reach out to people who really need our help. Yeah. What I've noticed about us here, I've noticed that actually most of the people who are here, they're educated, they're not disadvantaged. And then I'm like, okay, I'm challenging everyone here that we need to go to the clinics and walk through those corridors and see people who are disadvantaged, people who are not educated, who are standing for a queue the whole week and not getting what they are going there for. Okay. I'm saying each one, reach one, pull each one. Yeah. As women, let's go to those disadvantaged ones. Let's make it a must. Let's do it. Okay. Let's make a start. We have been talking. It's time for action. Yeah. Let's implement.
Thank you.
That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. The young lady at the back, before Ntsiki.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tabang Maponya, and I'm doing my last year at UNISA LLB. To be honest with you, feminism, I think I was also part of that group, was like, you know, feminists, you know, especially this, like with social media and everything that's happening. And I was like, okay, feminists are this group of women, mostly they're angry, you know. So I would try not to engage in such, you know. But today I got to see the other side of what we're not told, especially when it comes to feminism. And it's just that thing that as much as I was just focused on law, because I was like, you know what, I'm a law student. That is not, you know, part of me. But then now, when you get to do mentorships, when you get to go to law firms, different law firms, and do different things, that's when you can see the empowerment of women. You know, if we are there for each other, we can literally overtake this law industry. We can even get it there and, you know, bring the others who are still in Black communities and poor communities more into this. So today it was just that thing that I took so much knowledge. When I'm getting home, I'll be sharing it with everyone, including my dad. So it was a very wonderful event. I guess I need to read more and get more informed with this so that next time I'm not out of context and lost. But then thank you so much.
Yeah. And
you guys are so wonderful.
So just by being here today, just know that you are now part of this endeavor. Okay?
I'm glad.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Inclusion.
Yeah, it's inclusion. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Sanbonan Futi.
Yes, yes, siyawubona.
Umeleban, you know, that was such an important question.
Yeah.
Shatadi, why did you expose me? I was not going to say anything about political parties. But I did say Ngutembisile Mahoa, and I started a foundation called the Tembisile Mahoa Foundation. And I started this for one reason. Mainly, I was working being Sakulma no HOD Lapa or community to I was working, I was one of those very jaja kids. Always talking, always busy. So I started volunteering from a very, very young age. In high school, I was already, you know, volunteering in these meetings with these old people, you know, and learning. But I learned a lot. And I think for me, that's where I saw my passion, you know, and I would see that even the young people, the older people that were there saw something in me that I did not see, obviously, in myself. You know, so they empowered me, you know, they gave me the opportunity. I started to lead, you know, at a very young age as well. And I led in the youth crime prevention desk, you know, I think I was 16 years, you know, in the youth crime prevention desk. And this it would be leading the entire community of Fosterers, you know, with so many hospitals and so many clinics and so many, you know. So I started community engagements at a very early age. And of course, this structure, it's under the Community Policing Forum, so it works near Namapois. So with that, I got to deal with gender-based violence issues, women issues, community issues, and for me, starting this foundation, I saw a gap. I'm a law student. I'm doing my final year. I'm done this year. So I saw a gap in the community, and I said, you know what, most victims of gender-based violence do not get justice because of issues that they do not understand. You know, some legal aspects as well, advocate. So I was also part, and this also very shaped me. I was part of the UNISA Law Clinic Street Law Program. So I led that program in Tshwane. I was actually speaking at the graduation, and, you know, it taught me so much. Those clinics, I probably should be a patient or a nurse there because, you know, those schools, you know, all of those spaces I'm so familiar with because that's where the people are. And that's where the people that need this information are. That's where the people that are suffering are, you know. So, umele bani, ulan. You know, it goes back to that question, I know that I carry the voices of so many young women, of so many old women, of so many women. I also am actually part of the Zulu Reed dance. So I carry all of those young girls that do not know who they are from the inception, and I carry their voices. You know, I'm in those spaces where I'm able to tell them who they are, to show them who they are, to show them their power, you know, to show them the power of their voice, the power of their actions, you know, and to instill self-pride, to instill, especially in this very age. And to explain a little that. So what I do with my organization is that since we identified that most women in court cases, they don't win because they don't have evidence and they do not know how, you know, the court systems work. You know, so what we do is we provide a number, of course, with regards to the POPI Act. What we do is we provide a number where they can share the evidence of the abuse, because sometimes women are abused, or in most cases, they're abused, but they don't report. And this is for various reasons. And the abuse occurs currently, concurrently, you know, and all of these things are not taped, all of these things are not report it. They don't even go to the hospital because they don't want, to report. They're afraid. So we provide a platform where they can send in their evidence or the abuse itself, whether it can be a voice note, just something that the court recognizes. They can send the date and the time and what happened and who they are. Then we just store that information until a time when they are ready. So that we will have the information for them. So that if file might disappear, a court, that woman will still have, it disappears. When the file disappears in court, that woman will have evidence. When AMAPOIs are not properly handling this case, we're able to stand in the gap. We work with other structures as well, which is very important. Shatadi spoke about this as well, to say we need to partner with each other because we are in this journey together, So in this, I have worked with the Victim Empowerment Center. I'm working with IPOWER. I'm working with Provincial CPF, and we're actually going to be doing a lot of programs, especially with 16 Days of Activism coming up. But to ensure that the woman is empowered, the woman is empowered with information, the woman is empowered, with knowing what is available for them, what's the recourse for them, in this regard.
So now what I want you to say, moving forward.
Yes.
How can I tap on?
Okay, yes.
Moving
forward.
This movement.
Yes, I wanted to say this. Generation equality does not begin with abantu abadala. There's a Zulu saying that says, "Ligwaqwa lisemanzi." When kids in their inception, that's where this needs to start. Ubhuti Lerato spoke about having to unlearn, but how about we start? That's the first lesson they learn. Because unfortunately, the kids that are now, the 18-year-olds in high school, I'm working with them high school as well, they are so disrespectful to their own parents. Their parents bring them to the station and saying, some of the things that they are doing are so atrocious, but those kids are raised by women. They are woman-headed.
Where are their fathers? So me, I will start with the father.
So that we need to start with the young boys. The young boys, it's so important. Feminism does not begin with women. True. It does not begin and start with women. Yeah. Everyone can be a feminism. That's what we need to advocate. Yeah. From a young age, if we need to be able to identify such things and start with them at its inception to ensure that the generation that comes up next is not the one that will have to correct a lot of inequalities. So the boy child is important in ensuring that feminism is enrooted within our communities. What can I do? I bring along a lot of communities as well. I think I saw the power of Uksebenza together. So I've currently really gotten into the international community, and we're able to see so much that needs to be done. SADC, we're looking at so many issues that need to be done, especially with regards to women. So that's what we need to do. I'm also a very action person. Let's go to the communities. Let's have some programs. Let's have a proper change. Let's change the policies to ensure that the laws that you're speaking about, the governance, we need to ensure that we are in those spaces to ensure effective change. Let us please empower young people. Young people from Eskolweni. When you go to high school, those kids know what they want. Yeah. They are just silenced, they're just suppressed. So let us give them the opportunity to express themselves. Let us give them the opportunity to see their power. And it is through us young people that innovative solutions are going to come up to solve issues of today, because we cannot be consistently going back to problems that are not relevant to the current social economic status. I will end there. Thank you.
You're covered. There's a term, I co-signed. Yeah. Okay. So before you go ahead, on the chat, if you can, people can just give us their proposed interventions or solutions so that we then wrap it up together, right? Okay.
Okay. No, thank you. No, actually, she did touch a lot of the things, but I will just summarize. I'll just put it in point forms. I'll start with the one that she actually just touched on. I work, as I've mentioned, I work with youth, I work with communities, but I work with individuals. I'm very good on a one-on-one level, because I'm very focused on issues of mental health, spiritualism, and how the person is affected. Because if the person is not right, everything else that you put Sisindi, no matter how many millions you put in, if they're not right, nothing will happen. So my space within the communities is so much, is more the individuals. I've spent 20 years in broadcasting. I've worked in media. And I'm very passionate about how media we don't watch television in my house. We watch news. My child doesn't even know that there's anything called a soapy or generations or things like those, because I refuse to let my family to be exposed to how women are portrayed, because then they will believe that is what a woman is, or that is what, we don't even switch on channel O. You know where women are doing this? Yeah, even my 28-year-old knows. Yeah, even my 28-year-old knows. You watch it on your own laptop. Yeah, so I'm very passionate about both areas of media, both audio, visual, digital, and etc. Because I think that is where what people see, they want to replicate that. And also I'm very passionate about content development. I studied at UCT. My background is social sciences, political sciences, and political philosophy. So I analyze and overanalyze and underanalyze, and I read between the lines. So I'm one of those. So media and content, because we need to influence what is said about women. We need to influence we need to influence what our children know and say about women. So the issue of cultural semanzi, working with communities and children, I'm saying children because I don't want to say youth, because I believe that every young person starts off as a child. So when I say youth, I'm talking 2-year-olds. I've got 2-year-olds. I was in Soweto yesterday. When they see me, they go, hey, Nankis. The small ones, they call me Nankis. They haven't gone to a point where they say sis Nankis or mam Nankis. So they know, even my son, you papata, you greet, you work on that. So look, culturals from 2 years old to 20 years old. That is my approach in terms of youth, because after that, it's another issue. So I'm very passionate. So in terms of youth, that's what I mean. So I would want to move things in those spaces. Obviously, I say community because people are found in communities, but I focus on individuals, and I work closely with Lifeline. I used to work for Love Life, by the way, and I left angry because I thought, let me leave, or else I'm going to kill everyone there. That was during the time of Scott, and I felt that at that stage, and this comes back to the other type of lobby and advocacy we need to do, that at times as organizations, as NGOs, we tend to instigate certain behavior in communities. I'm not saying that's how it is now. I was shocked at how, sorry to point out Love Life, because that's where I was for a while, so I'll talk about them the same way that I spoke about SABC. That Love Life at that point was instigating sexual freedom, sexual in terms of, girls or I don't want to call it promiscuity. I can't call it promiscuity. But if you tell an 11-year-old and a 12-year-old, be free, make your own decision, don't worry what your parents are saying. For me, that it borderlines that. My worry is they didn't want to be part of the solution. So I'm hoping things have changed. So I also want to play that role where I oversee a lobby. Thank you, my baby. I oversee and I lobby, and we need to be able to call each other to order as organizations. True. I've spoken about the area of youth, not so close, and also I believe that there's a system that we started. We call it youth. We call them Mama Yorks, Youth for Community Care and Support. What they are, it's a group of young people that we train on GBV, on all issues that are relevant to society, particularly in terms of how to raise positive members of a community. And those individuals, what you are saying is, they're giving access to special lines to organizations such as Power and Lifeline, where if something happens to you, see Cindy, in your house, as much as you're an empowered woman and you're fine, and you don't want to go to anyone else, you know that there's a York down the street to whose house you go to quietly, and they're trained on all those things of confidentiality. And then they are able to link you to POA or Lifeline, and then and they're able to care for especially children. So you are safer in the street running to, what's your name again, sis? To Tembisile's house than to stay in a house with uncle who might just continue abusing you. Right. So we are building that system. We've started, we've put them through training. What we are now then doing is we are also pushing the mobilization aspect to it. So that we are not just about caring and supporting, but also we are mobilizing. So we are pushing them to where you ladies are, because I also serve within one of the organizations, but it's all about, you need to be angry to care. Yeah. Because if you're not here, so that's the York's part. So I think I've touched on, or I'm very passionate about issues of gender-based violence, but particularly the areas of mental health. So what you've touched on, this coalition, I would then come in on, I want to focus on the mental health aspects of that, because whatever you go through, you will then pass it on to your own child. Yeah. And then they will then be further damaged. Damaged people create damaged people unless they fix it. Yeah. That's my space. Thank you.
But so, how do you see yourself in this feminist movement, leadership, coalition?
In all those areas. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
So
yeah. Okay.
I believe, sorry, thank you. I think I'm a facilitator, and I am more interested in making sure that what we say cascades.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
At a
You're an
community level.
implementer. They said there was a young lady that I missed. Where is she? Is she at the corner? Is she okay? She's breathing. She's breathing.
Hi, my name is Muloradi, right?
Muloradi.
Muloradi.
We can't even see you.
Come and stand here so that we...
Oh, okay. Yes, Muloradi.
So I'm 19 years old, so I'm straight out of high school. Just came out of high school last year. So I think it's amazing that you guys created a space where females, or us young girls, can grow and learn from things. Because in high school, we don't learn these kind of things, and we only learn them once we get out. Yeah. So I think feminism, I heard someone say feminism is a new concept to a lot of us. It really is, because when we're in high school, we don't know what feminism is, and we are told that feminism is an angry black woman getting mad and not fighting for equality with men. Yeah. So I think this space is a very beautiful space, and I'm just so glad that I can...
You made it.
That I can be invited in such a space where I have women that surround me and that I can get mentorship from, I guess, while I...
So you are one of our champions from today onwards.
I
right?
am.
Yeah,
Yes,
so we're going to get as many 19-year-olds and beyond. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ntiki?
I thought I should take notes so I don't repeat. Can I just summarize what everybody said? It sounds like we already have an anchoring point, which is communication and content development, inclusion of boys, young men, and men. You are charged, Lorato, with that task. Now we are assigned, we only now was assigned to deliver a paper. Law reform. I'm glad that there are lawyers here, but in addition to law reform, I thought we needed to ensure that magistrates, I put it as magistrates, as enforcers of patriarchy, and how we can actually assist them in becoming and understanding the space and how much more damage they do when they are actually angry, shouting, screaming, degrading women who come into those spaces, be they male or female magistrates. So I do think we have a place there that we can be very concrete and actionable quite quickly. And of course, there was a very important point about leveraging networks, local and global. And I liked the point of reaching out, reaching in to pull up. at a community level. And of course, we're needing to close the gap. And it was very useful to hear from the 19-year-olds, like we didn't hear this in high school, and somebody who's in their last year in varsity is like, look, I think I missed something. And then there was a program around, we were in high school, UNICEF was there. Once UNICEF was done, and then we're on our own until you get to campus politics, and you're literally fending for yourself in very many ways. I thought I would then add responsive planning, budgeting, and expenditure accountability across sectors. So I know that we're talking about GBV a lot, and very rightfully so. I'm very unapologetic about our ongoing conversation and it being so front and center, because the root causes of gender-based violence lie in the socio-economic conditions of women. So you cannot talk GBV and not want to fund it without actually funding the empowerment of women. I really do also believe that we've got to have, yes, indeed. I do also believe that we need to have quarterly empowerment data on women in the various sectors. We're always waiting for SAPS to give us data on crime. Women are faced with challenges on a daily basis. I don't see why Stats SA and provinces cannot give us data on categories that we would then have to define that we want as what we want to monitor.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think Prof and the team that is working in this coalition, you can already see the themes that are coming out, and you already have the different pillars of the coalition. So you're going to have people who just come in on law and policies and effecting the changes there, on content development, and communication, so we're already shaping it up for the team, that the conveners of this coalition. Lorato?
Sis B, thank you. I have, and it's supposed to be practical, right? But I think it's a little bit idealistic, and I've shared this with you before. So to everyone in the room and everyone on the virtual space, imagine in taking responsibility as men and as supporting the feminist movement, only a mere million men raised 10 rands a month. Yes. That's 10 million rands a month. Times that by 12, that's 120 million rands that then funds the socio-economic programs. Right? And the reason I don't want us to pass it to government is because we know of the fiscal strain government has. Right? And I think 10 rands is too small, but I think starting somewhere is doable, right? But secondly, or attached to that, the Solidarity Fund has shown a model of when money is put into a pot for a specific, agenda and purpose, and there are people who are going to be responsible for accountability, good governance, and all of that, we see the results, right? Although trust had been a very problematic thing that we had to deal with, where people eat money and all of that, but I think the Solidarity Fund has shown us that we have a do-over moment. So, Sis B, if that can happen, so I'm part of the men's parliament, which is part of SANEC. So SANEC has a men's sector, and in the men's sector, there's men's parliament. So I know,
Okay. Anyway.
yeah, but I'm just saying, that's a constituency from which those million men can be mobilized. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Lorato. You see, we can mobilize, and I think we need to be with the men's parliament. I mean, they were given more money by government.
I like that.
Oh yeah, no, I can tell you now. So I can
Innocent smile from
But anyway, that's a conversation for another time. But I think the idea of doing that, because it's about us taking responsibility and ownership, and that you start to put your money where your mouth is, right? So 10 rand, it's a possibility. We can all do that, right? Even with us sitting here. So that if you want to fund this work, it has to come from us, right? Your next, Zuki.
Yeah, okay. Wow. I don't even know where to start. Okay, so for me, the feminist journey started when I was in high school, when I found myself in a boys' school. So no, I was not a boy before. I've always been a girl. As much as I wasn't thinking of it as being a feminist at the time, but having to put my hand up and say, excuse me, I'm not going to share toilets with the boys. I want my own. And I want them with mirrors. I want them with bins. So for me, that was my introduction to this. So moreover that, what I want to say is, you know, everything that we introduced into life, you are given strength, and at the right time, that strength needs to be asserted. So today I'm sitting here, I'm a widow, I'm raising 6 boys. Now, it is very important what my narrative is to my boys about feminists, because my boys tomorrow are going to be someone's husband, and tomorrow they're going to be leaders. My youngest one is 8 years old. So what he says or what he thinks, it's very pertinent, it's very important. Now, we're all sitting here, and what I want to say is this journey starts right now. It starts with me as an individual. When I walk out of here, what am I doing differently? You know, so it's not something that is going to happen next week. It's not something that's going to happen in 5 years' time. So we're here, Mama, about talking about a 5 years plan. That plan begins today. It begins by what each and every single one of us sitting here are doing about it. Thank you.
No, thank you. No, you're correct. It starts with, and you see, Nzigi can't divorce herself from being. So she can't say I'm a HOD and forget that she's part of a community, of the Anglican Church, of the community that she lives around, of the many Stockfells that she belongs to, right? Because we can't separate ourselves and have this silo mentality and say, once I live here, I forget about everything that was happening. Not understanding that you are part of a community, whatever community that is, right? And you need on a daily basis to be in communication with that community. And I wanted to touch on what Ntsiki said on gender-based violence. The challenge we have and why gender-based violence has not been dealt with effectively, also been funded adequately, is because we continue to look at it in isolation of everything else. Yes. We look at it as a standalone thing, but it affects everything else. We're going to talk about the economy and not talk about gender-based violence. You can't talk about education. You can't talk about health. You can't talk about planning of transport system without talking about gender-based violence. So, and that's why people are not willing to engage on gender-based violence, because we keep on isolating it from everything else. So in the work that we do, we need to interlink it to everything, and that's why this coalition is important to the other coalitions, because that conversation, when it happens at the coalition on gender-based violence, on technology, on climate change, it has to link. There must be synergy and interrelationship with everything that we are doing. Otherwise, we're going to be back here in a year's time and say, oh, we missed this. We don't want to miss anything now, because we know better. Right? We are enlightened. Thank you. Our scribe, you want to say something? You are also a participant, right? And then, oh, there's the mic. Where's the mic? Sorry.
I'll write about the names.
Thank you.
What
Thank you.
happened to your son?
My son, yeah, no, you won't get himself with me.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much. I got so absorbed in the listening and really trying to capture all the ideas and the conversation, you know, in general. I'm Lusanda Mbunale. I'm with the team that put this event together. There is a lot of comments. I mean, but basically it's a co-signing of, you know, what the discussion is all about here in this room. And there's a lot of positivity that I'm getting. And there's one issue that I think somebody did raise, you know, on the floor, that, you know, it also matters what we do at home. You know, it starts at home. It's what I teach my boy. And I know this morning when I woke up, I had to negotiate with my own husband. as to what's going to happen to my boy child because they're supposed to go to school.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, if I say, oh, okay, then I'm going to absentee myself from this event and then, okay, take the boy, which means that, you know, my contribution to society is less important than what he has to do, you know. So it really starts at home, what I teach my girl child, you know, whether, you know, who washes the dishes today, who does that other chore, whose responsibility is more important than the other, you know? So that's one thing that came up in the chat as well. So yeah, there is a lot that really echoes, you know, the discussions and the conversation. And, you know, and I think everybody's in agreement with the, you know, with the feminism and how we define it and what it means and why we are here. We are here as individuals, but who are we representing? Which message are we putting across? And are we saying, you know, messages that, you know, belong to us? Are we really dealing with the issues that we see on the ground? You know, what is it that we're about? So that's basically, you know, the message.
Thank you, Lisa. No, you knew I was going to come to you guys on the podium. Let's start with you, Cindy, because if I allow Cindy to be the last one, we'll be here the whole day.
Sorry, Chair.
It's, thank you. There's somebody who's saying sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Is it you?
Yes,
Sorry.
because I know that in terms of protocol, they need to speak at the end.
No, the only person who's going to speak at the end is
second
is
end.
Prof.
I just want to mention 4 words that are 4 words. One, I mean, I'm a coach. I'm in sports. I'm also in the performing arts, in the area of arts. And I'm also involved with entrepreneurship and finding young people opportunities in jobs and job creation. And I also do CSI, as Cindy would know.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think what is very important in listening to the young women, I was once a young woman myself. But I was mentored by powerful gentle giants. They're sitting right in front of me. There they are. And Mamuzane Lembeki with Sawid, I was a wise Sawidian. I got to learn the best. I got to understand how to actually say things, even if when I'm passionate about those things, but I was taught how to, you know, be a leader. That's where my leadership skills began. They began as a wise Sawidian, as Sawid. And I think with the feminist movements and Leadership Action Coalition, we need to come up with a mentorship program on the way forward to mentor leaders, young women that will take up the space in the women's movement, because I like what Sis Mabato has said, that now the feminist movements and Leadership Action Coalition is actually the real women's movement in the country. And I like that, because all of us will be alive and kicking, asking questions, and where do we fit ourselves, and how do we run around as other women formations. And that's very important. And the last one, you know, yesterday I was privileged as a global president for the Circle of Global Business Women to be invited by the Minister of Finance and Economy and Recovery in France, preparing for the climate change. And yes, in Glasgow. And I was representing women globally. And we were actually launching something called a One Planet Hub, which is Data Hub, which is responsible for private sector again, to what Sis Mabato has said, because there's a lot of commitments and coalitions on climate change by private sector. But what we've discovered in that, it's about accountability, it's about making sure that the data is well on transparency. What are private sector companies committing on the climate change itself? How is it going to be implemented? So this is a proper system that will actually manage. And what I like about it is there was the European Union Commission on Financial Sustainability. She actually mentioned one powerful thing, that if companies are not financial sustainable, they will actually contribute to financial insustainability globally so. And the same thing with the coalitions themselves of women. If we're not actually looking at financial sustainability, we'll actually contribute to financial insustainability globally, because we need to actually understand the end result of this human being that we want to assist on the ground, going back to what you have raised on. You know, Sawid made a very important strategy on healing. Because you can't really move forward if you're not healed as an individual. It doesn't matter what resources you have, how much you have, but you'll never move forward. But what is important is the mindset. How do you react? Because mindfulness way of thinking is a very powerful thinking. Your actions lead to your positive connotation. Become mindlessness. You know, one Harvard professor in one platform that I attended, he actually said that, you know, mindlessness is about Cindy driving on the highway and you end up, you know you're going to Port Elizabeth, but in the highway, Prof, you end up in your mind reaching Port Elizabeth. But you're not even halfway. And you start asking yourself, what if, what not? What if, what not? That's where the anxiety comes. Because you've not completed the journey. So the powerful thing on human beings is to complete the journey and understand who you are in your actions, so that you'll be able to be a human being that is actually working towards the journey of being a feminist movement and leadership and in action coalition. It starts at home. I'm a grandmother of a 2-year-old son. My son is married, and I contributed to a young man in the society as a woman, and who loves working with women. He's a feminist. My son is a feminist. So these are the things that we need to do in the society and community at large. Lead by example. Don't stand in the podium. You talk about leading, and the next thing in the community, you do something different. And that's what kills us as women in most cases. So the most important thing is to lead by example. As from today, thank you, Prof. Thank you for this platform. I'm finishing, Prof.
I'm cutting you.
Thank you, Prof, for this powerful action, and really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. This is one of my powerful engagements that I've heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cindy. Lastly, Madam.
Sorry.
Thank you for...
On the platform.
Sorry? Is there someone on the line?
Yeah, it's Mandiza.
Oh, Miss Mbekeni.
Yebo.
All right, I'll have you, once I've had the last speaker here, then you'll come after her. Is that okay?
Oh, I thought protocol required me to go before. It's okay, Sisi.
No. The next speaker is still not the one closing the session. So you are still in line with protocol. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't know where to start. What I can say, Ngari, just like you, yesterday I was picked up, last night, at 8 o'clock. I envy you that you were there with Sawid for a very long time, but it doesn't matter. I'm also an UWF ESCO, which is working together with Sawid. I think before long I will be like you. And if somebody can ask me, where did you learn this? For a long time I was calling myself, even in my Facebook, I'm a feminist, you know? And because I find that in every space I'm in, I'm different from other people. I cannot keep quiet, you know? And the person who taught me to do that, it was my late dad, who sometimes would just say to us as children, why are you drinking tea without milk? And you say, because there's no milk. But you are quiet. Why are you quiet? Why are you not talking? So I think that makes us to be what I am today. Again, I also want to say my late son taught us that. It was very difficult for me, I don't know about the sisters, to accept the LGBT. And then, but he taught us at home that they are human beings. Yes. And I am very proud of my late son, because even in his last breath, he was still fighting for justice. That's why he sent a Twitter to the Minister of Health and say, we are dying in this hospital. I'm very proud of him, and I'm part of it. And again, I will never keep quiet forever until I die. Now I'm also, because of what I've experienced with my son's death, I'm also a project leader of a community engagement in the rural area, whereby those people, we try to, we establish a cooperative in such a way that they use their, if they're artists, those who can do clay pots, whatever, we want them to put it in one basket, and then they will eat the surplus. But they need to learn technology, isn't it? Yes. And technology needs computers. Dololo from me, and then you will assist, and because if we don't digitize our things, somebody will do that on our behalf. Yes. So we are I am there for community. Yes. I am there for community, and I'm driving my son, because he was unable to leave until I'm leaving on his behalf. Oh, yeah. And my kids from UNISA, I'm from Ekuruleni. We are together. Forward we go. Feminism, we have it in UNISA. I'm telling you from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mandisa, Ms. Mbekeni, you can come in.
Thank you, Advocate. I think on my side, I'm a closet human rights activist. And I think it becomes important that we remember that equality is a human right. Because I think most times people think equality and going for equality is about being nice, but it's a human right.
Yes.
And it's a human right that our constitution has enshrined. So it's a human right globally, and it's a constitutional right for us as South Africans. And I always believe that our constitution is hailed globally, partly because of the importance in the foundation of human rights. And our constitution goes further to talk about dignity, and that each of us as South Africans are entitled to dignity in our person. And that talks to people with disabilities, that talks to people with mental health, etc., and that indeed gender-based violence is a human rights violation. And I believe we need to work with the Commission on Human Rights. Feminist movements must work with the Commission on Human Rights so that we actually assist them to reach communities, to teach people that this is a human rights issue. And hopefully that will assist people to realize this is not being done because it's a nice to do. Yeah. It's actually because all humans on earth are entitled to this, and that for us, South Africa, even further, it's a constitutional right. And so my action would be working with the Human Rights Commission and getting them to reach schools and communities so that we all can respect each other. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Let me hear, Kubi. You, in your presentation, you had some recommendations. Is there anything that you wish to add, Ms. Kubi Rama? Kubi?
She's gone, Brenda.
Oh, she's gone. All right.
She's gone, yes.
Oh, okay. Anyone else of the speakers? That's Matonzi who was on the line, right? From HESPA. Mangoloti. Any brightness, any recommendations that you wish to propose?
Thank you. I think they've covered a lot, but I just want to make a plea as part of my input. What I'm getting and also listening to the UNISA student is that the society community that we have currently needs to actually go to university and offer mentorship to our future leaders.
Yeah.
Capacity development is required in higher education. If we don't catch them young, we miss an opportunity of actually making a critical impact in our future leaders. And I also want to plead with business. Businesses, from their corporate social responsibilities, they do offer bursaries, and normally they focus on undergraduate learners. I just want to make a plea and say, let's also move to the postgraduate level, because the more we invest in postgraduate level, the more we have qualified people who can be part of the leaders in research, and the more meaningful impact can be done. And then also, whilst they are on the process of working on the bursaries, appreciating that when you do your postgraduate studies, you need fee for data collection, a scribe and editor. So the budget allocation need to be revisited and reflect on what is required of a postgraduate learner. I also want to say, in the space where there is research undertaken, I just want to request all those who are contracting people for research, please prescribe that there is diversity in the team of people who are doing research, to remove the conscious and unconscious biases that takes place when research is done. And the minute you actually have a diverse group, it also allows an opportunity for a skills transfer. When we have the young ones as part of those who are engaging, then it means we are developing them so that they can take over the baton when we are not there. But overall, I just want to plead to the community at large, be involved in higher education. Higher education needs guest lecturers. You can be guest lecturers. Be involved in the curriculum development, because curriculum development cannot be done in isolation of the community that itself. With that said, I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity and wishing everyone well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we've come to the end of this session. And let me say this: I'm a critic, right? I think, but my energy for today is different. Yeah. And it's different because of the energy that came out of this session since this morning. Right? It's the energy that tells me that it's possible for us to make the changes that we want to make. And we have to stay true to ourselves if we think that we cannot do it, right? So I always say, don't take up responsibility if you know that you're not going to make the time, right? Because that's what leads to the failure of the most lofty ideas and everything else. So I'm holding you accountable. I will not forget the faces. Right? I can tell you now, I will not forget the faces. I might forget the names, but not the faces and what you said. I will not forget what you said. So I hold you accountable based on what you have said, because all of us, we are judged not on what we say, but on our actions. Right? So when what you have said to us today, we're going to test it by what you're going to do. Because if you believe in this country, if you believe in it working, your contribution matters, and you have to stand up and ensure that there's a difference. So, Prof, as we close this discussion, and you'll give us the line of march and the next steps, is that I'm going to ask for one thing. And I need support from all of you. There were 3 bills that went to Parliament on gender-based violence. It was on the Domestic Violence. One was the Criminal and Sexual Amendment Act. That Criminal and Sexual Amendment Act has come out and is supposed to be signed off by the President. We have picked up that Section 1 and Section 3 of that act, they didn't change it, and deals with consent on rape, right? And you already know that we have the case of Loiso Xoko, where the acting judge, who was Nugaidobi, found that there was consent, right? And the position that we have put forth to the President, the Minister of Justice, the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services, and we have sent it also to the Department of Women, is to take it back to the National Assembly to deal with those two clauses, because if they pass it as is, we're in trouble as women in this country. Right? We've already given them a definition that we think makes sense, that they must consider. So there are two organizations that have done that. Is ourselves as Wise for Africa, we have done that, and another organizations from Cape Town. We need as many voices as we can to be able to push that we send back that bill to the National Assembly to re-look and revisit the definition of consent and the definition of rape, because it can't come back the same way. They have ignored our submissions, and now look at it, we're settled with a case, Koko case, that it has just taken us 20 years back. So in the collaboration that we're talking about, we need to start doing this kind of work, all of us. I can tell you more about the work that I do. We'll be here the whole day, right? But I'm going to be touching base with quite a few of you, yourself and her, because of the, what we do. We litigate. We litigate and we take the state to the cleaners if needs be. I mean, we're busy with a case against the African Police Service, right? On a number of failures, So, and we think that once we do that kind of work, it forces the changes that we want, right? Because we have not litigated as Black South Africans. We leave it to the AfriForums, we leave it to your outers. We don't stand up and say, but this is an injustice. So we'll be in touch, and I'm hoping, Prof, that there will be an email set up that we are all part of, and there'll be communication flow, and we get to know and get invited to the different discussions that are going to take place. Mabato spoke about a meeting in November that most of us will participate in that meeting to craft a strategy for these coalitions, especially this one, and we already have a sense of what we can all rally and bring out South Africans in their numbers to rally on a particular cause. So we're ready. Thank you for being such a beautiful audience. And Prof, this is you to close before we depart.
Good afternoon, everyone. You see, when you sleep at 5 in the morning, and you have to be up at 5:30 in the morning, 30 minutes. And at the end of the day, you look at this cake that you threw all sorts of ingredients, and the aroma, the smell that comes out of it is like, wow. I never thought that. This is the most beautiful day in my life. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. It started from that conceptual understanding, debunking feminism, for a reason. That how we understand concepts and how, they can change a narrative that we need to push in this country. It starts right here, right now. I am blown over, quite literally and figuratively. I am blown over. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. There are so many public platforms, so many virtual platforms, and if you listened very carefully, at what Mabatu said, that this conversation is not new. If you listen very carefully at what Dr. Goulding started, it's a pity that our young lioness, they came a little later. Okay, but we'll make sure that you get the recording. And please, that data that sometimes you use, you know, scannering, you know, taking each other down, use it for FML. I bet you, a year from now, you'll be a better person in terms of understanding what are we talking about here. It might still be a bit fuzzy right now, but believe you me, we've got giants here. She is an incredible, literally an incredible minds that we have. Not only in this room, but in what she stands for. And for that reason, can we please all stand up and give, literally, give her that. Thank you, everyone. And simply because we give standing ovations, I'll say it without mincing my words. We give standing ovations for nonsense. I'm saying that. That's what we do in this country. You know? I won't go there. Much as I'm tempted to go there. Okay. I need to just ensure that we understand where we are going. That's my brief, okay? Because you'll understand that leadership is not standing in front. All of us are leaders here. I chose to sit and listen today. Because those that know me, she knows me, I can talk the whole day. I don't take, for the first time, to take these things because she was worried I might collapse. I've got boundless energy. And they come in small packages, you know that. Okay. The brief is very clear. If you care to listen, it's not about us as individuals. I like that term, ngesizulu, as you say it. Besides that one, it was that one she said, I'll pin the foot, mtana. Le yelo kunje, umelebani, kasi sutu king,
Umetse mang. Umetse mang.
Ngachivenda bakorin mini? Exactly. Is there a Tsonga speaking person? Uyimele mani. Okay, we can go on. If you even debunk that one, it begs the question, why are you here? Okay, so anybody who came in this door, you're not going anywhere. Yes. We know who you are. We have surveillance. We've got a lawyer who told you, we'll check you out. You know? Yeah. I do get carried on things that I believe in. I've chosen in my life that I will give every fiber that I have to do things that are aligned, not only at spiritual level, but at us, thinking very deeply, where are we going as our country? A country that has mineral resources more than any, you know, look at diamonds, look at gold in South Africa. And if we care about the future of our country, which you care about the future of country, that you care about the future country, that is why you are here. It's a beautiful Saturday morning. You could be strolling somewhere with significant others, to you young men that you're here, and to you young women, okay? But you chose to be here for a reason. And that reason begins in understanding what we are talking about here. I'll read it aloud. Feminist Movements and Leadership Action Coalition. It's a cross-cutting action coalition. I would kindly request you again, particularly to a young lioness, how you use your data. What you need to do, it's an assignment to all the students. And when I say students, I'm not saying those that are registered. All of us are students in life. Okay, advocate, prof, business person. What you call continuous education is very important because the world changes. We literally, there are no boundaries when it comes to knowledge, when it comes to information. I often hear people say lack of information, but it's right here in your corner. As you operate in your society, there is boundless, literally, information that can empower you. If you care to understand even the way in which we have relegated indigenous knowledge system, that should be at the heart of our discussion, right here and right now. Yes. Okay? So this is what I want to remind us why we're here, so that we are very clear as we go out, because sometimes the platforms, when we are given, we tend to want to go there, which is very important in terms of what I do at an individual level. But collectively, we need to bring all of those that we do, starting from yourself, my sister, and the young man that's here, which I'm very impressed. He can listen, and he begins at this age. So I'm very happy that he is quite here. I'm looking at our tech team there, okay, with pale faces, to say to you, what is your contribution as white young men in this country? Because we have tended to be so polarized and we lose the brief. The brief is one South Africa. For what? For what? For the betterment of all of us. Black, pink, whatever you can, you color of skin that you can. Because we tend to be caught up in all those unnecessary, discussions that veer away from, do we care about the future of our country? So each one who's here, we have a responsibility. There are 4 actions. I will send this information to all of you, okay, that this action coalition needs to bear in mind as we move forward. I'll read them, but if you did get time to, before you came here, to, ask yourself, where am I going? Do I even know what's going to happen there? Others, I know they were hijacked overnight. And thanks to you, madam. Thanks to Pat Litole, because when you have a crisis and you call out a name and the person say, I'm here, that's exactly. So give Pat that thanks, my sister. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, because that is what leadership is all about. It's not about, I'm not prepared, or, I'll think about it, because when there's a crisis, there's a crisis. You understand? And I'm not sure whether it's the nature of women to step in situations like those. I don't want to generalize, but I find in the study that we did on the state of giving in this country, that it's women that stand up. And it is the poor women that stand up. Why? They understand the issues better. Men will give money, okay? But women will give their time. I'm drawing from the study. They will give their time. They will give everything that men will, those that have money will sign a check, but the check sometimes become meaningless as compared to presence, as compared to running when there's a crisis, and particularly advocate the work that you do. Okay. Action number 1, it says to us, we will send this material to you. By 2026, we need to double the global annual growth rate of funding from all sectors committed to women-led and feminist-led movements, organizations, and funds in all their diversity, including those led by trans, intersex, non-binary people. Those that understand planning, right? This is for me much of a planning document. 2026 has started already. We have planted what we call a seed, okay? So I picked up one term from Kubirama that says we need to do what? If you listen carefully, pre-mortem. Not post-mortem, but so what happened today was pre-mortem. Because everything that you do, and particularly students, you need what we call a baseline. Okay, so today we have started with what? That baseline. Okay, and the second one is we need action to promote, expand, protect civic space across all domains, including online, and support the efforts of women and feminist human rights defenders and women peace builders, including those who are trans, intersex, non-binary, to defend civic space and eliminate barriers to feminist action, organizing, and mobilization in all its diversity. You see, the challenge of documents like this, they will remain documents unless they are actioned on. If you listen, there are lots of words that are pegged there because people sit and write to say we have to produce a document. But our role, starting today, which we have started by doing what? And as we understand, look, I'm a natural teacher. I didn't have to go to school for it. I was born the minute my mother I popped up preaching, literally, teaching. So for me, it comes she knows, that's my prodigy. She was my student at varsity. Okay, don't look at the size. You understand? The thing is, we need, what I'm trying to say, we need to do what? Unpack every single word that is in this document. Yeah. What does that mean? What would it take? What will be the key success factors? And when we go there, when we talk of critical success factors, my fellow students now, it means what we are talking about is like, okay, this is what we need to do as the document suggests. But is the funding from business? Because that's one of the key success factors, right? What are our legal instruments from our lawyer, right? What are the voices of others, particularly men? How do you get into, part of the discourse? From media, what messages, as you said, the languaging, what messages, my sister? When I touch you, I'm transmitting action now, that we need to take action, right? Yes. Yourself, you too. What came out very, very, very strongly in our discussion was the issue of what? Of mentorship and training. She is there for you. You are in the legal profession. What I'm trying to do is now, literally, now I'm in the true sense of debunking now the debate. What is coming out are communities of practice that have now come out. Immediately, you are forming a community of practice, meaning you are going to help us look at the laws and policies. So already there's action, nake mama action. Angihlali kanjalo. Yeah. And the other one that came was the issue of capacity building. So I'm giving tasks now, okay? Yeah. So, scribe, task number 1, we're starting communities of practice. And by the way, with that one, you are not going to cheat me because I preach and teach, and that's what my professional orientation. I'm an information scientist and knowledge management expert. Wake me up 2 o'clock, I'll sing it like a canary, right? Your role. You were very emphatic around the need to connect people, particularly the young, irrespective of the political persuasion. You are an EFF student command, you are an ANC, probably the DAs and a lot of independents. You probably are one of the independents, right? We don't know. We don't know. Okay. And we don't even want to know. What we want to know is how we build our country, right? So your task, you are going to be a leader in unearthing what comes naturally. I like your spirit. You know what happened? At what time did we start talking last night? It was past 12, if not 1 o'clock. She was still mobilizing students to be here. Again, let's give it to her. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because it means committed souls that understand where we're going to say, I can sacrifice some few hours of sleep, but I will make sure that the voices that really need to be part of this discourse, this debunking discourse are here, and the young lioness are here. Okay, right. So there's another community of practice on capacity building. You will help, really shape that one. The other one that came, advocate, you'll remind me. Which I picked it up. Can someone remind me? There was a key and critical one that came. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And you see, those that were my students, they would know the minute they say yes, they know that the ones that are going to take. So who spoke about it, you or her? Okay. Yeah, so when okay, you are going to lead. No, I'm coming. I'm coming. I know where to touch you. Okay. So you are going to lead in that, and that's the most critical one. Because you see, we have a very interesting media. If you sit and listen, sometimes you can pick up the line of inquiry that goes with a specific channel. And probably the reason why I insisted to say, all that is like, I don't want to hear this. We need to, without necessarily saying negative reporting and reporting as it is, because we have potholes, we came here ducking and diving, all those. But what sometimes pains me is, the exciting, positive things about our country are taken, they literally back. So meaning sometimes you end up, being angry to say, what country is this, where you understand, but you need to be mindful, and particularly young people, because sometimes we tend to be very, persuaded by what the media, and I'm saying this because as young academics, and all of us, as I said, lifelong learning doesn't stop because you are, what's your position again? HOD, or advocate, or professor, whatever, okay? You need to know that there are always two sides of the story. So when you read whatever you read in the media, people's reputations really have been damaged of what you read in the media and you take it, it's your responsibility to say, let me just check. Fact check is not done in this country, right? So it's very critical and important that as you know, are going to help us, we have to have balanced issues that come, right? So that we understand and ensure that they become part and parcel of our agenda moving forward. I do know I tend to get carried, particularly as I said, with things really that are very close to my heart. But in conclusion, I want to conclude with one thing. Today was not an event, okay? Today it was not an event, but today was setting the scene. It's pre-mortem. Today is doing what we call a scoping exercise, in terms of what is the breadth and length of what we are going to be able to, and the way in which we are going to do. I like advocates' approach, In our saying is that when you have a big elephant, how do you eat it? Exactly. So we will, and we are committing in front of the community, people that are listening. I do hope maybe Mama Golding she's still following the discussion, but leadership of Mabatu and others, that we commit right here. But that commitment should be very clear. That much as we give of our time, much as we give of our talent, much as we give of our treasure, okay? All of that needs to be supported in both cash and kind, okay? Because voluntarism is what cripples initiatives like this, I might be, energetic like our dear sister here, but can you imagine what happens if she's not capable to continue because of what? Ill health, whatever. We're not far from COVID. I can be standing here and I can be statistic next week. You understand? The story, the journey needs to continue whether there's a Lula Mama Kubela or not. And how do we do that? Is collectively own up the process. It's not about Lulu Makubela. You understand? It's not about advocate. It's not about Cindy, but it's collectively all about us. And for that reason, I will, advocate will, Cindy will come out with, I don't want to call it a report, but it's more of a collective story, you understand, that begins to say, so that each one of you own up that story. Each one of you knows how we began this journey. So at any different angle, and Tate Lerato, you will know this is what I'm capable of. Much as the champions that we have pointed, each one of us that are here. If, by the way, what's your name? Much as Takaro may not be there, somebody has to kick in. And that's how you build a movement organically. You understand, rather than saying it's advocates, so I won't do anything. It needs that level of flexibility from all of us. So I told you I can preach up till tomorrow. Okay? And you know that, right? So from me to you, to all our virtual participants, I told you that I'm blown literally. I'm humbled, okay? I come from a school of thought. My theoretical leaning is towards what I called, I follow the school of thought of appreciative inquiry. And what appreciative inquiry says, it begins by asking one simple question: what are you good at? You understand? Because you bring that which you are good at, if I say you do this and you know I'm not good at, it's not going to happen. So each one of you are going to send some kind, I don't want to say an audit, but it's more of asking yourself, ne? Can you please share with us where your strength lies? Okay, where do you see yourself? Capacity building, mentorship, whatever, you understand? So that collectively we can begin to build all those communities of practice that will then build the feminist movement and leadership action coalition that Cindy and Mark Golding said very clear, this is the mother of all coalition, whether they like it or not. Yeah. That's not going to change. Amen. Thank you. Oh, yeah. And of course, lunch is served. No. Please, can we have a group photo, please? Photographers before everybody. We can try to stand in front here.
Tonight, I avoided your call because I knew you were under pressure. So I just wanted
I've never worked.